None of the sound effects are on. I already have to turn off like 30. Oh my god, we're zoomed in. Yeah, I had to zoom in to record some stuff. What's up, everybody? My name is Fortifier, and welcome to the stream today. It is Wildcard Wednesday, but we're going to be doing something a little bit different. Usually I used to do this on Fridays, but we're going to be premiering the next Ready Go Gaming show. This is an hour-long episode talking about Ubisoft. It's not the longest one. You can ask Tess. We've had one that's been like, I think it was Sega, that was like an hour 30, hour 40. And I don't know, for anyone, if this is your first time seeing a Ready Go Gaming show, this is the most labor-intensive project that I've worked on, and I just dove straight in, right? I always have. I was like, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna make an hour-long fucking documentary about bullshit. It's true. It's true. All right, let me go ahead and get Twitch because I like to watch this with y'all, but I don't want the audio going through this. This video has Sick Jake and the DOS Nerd. Also, thank you so much for that raid, old man. I appreciate it. And it's talking about Ubisoft. So, it's a good time. What's up, Chase? I'm going to be playing your game after this premiere. I don't know if you're streaming tonight or if you're going to have to catch the VOD or if you're busy or if you're, like, chasing a toddler around. You know, the usual dad things, right? Alright, let me make sure everything's good to go, I think. Am I in this one? This is your last one. Yes, you are in this one. This is Ubisoft. I was hoping you'd stick around because you're one of the dedicated people for, Ready Go Gaming Show special, but I understand if you have to reutilize your time. 100% get that. It's my fault, you know, that it took so long, but yeah. Alright, let's go ahead and get into this. It's been such a long time, but let's go ahead and get back into this, and I'll see y'all on the other side. Enjoy. That is wrong. Hold on a second. Did it just decide not to... Hold on. What? Did it just decide not to render the first part of this? No, I didn't. That's a fucking problem. Why did it just decide to yeet it away? See, this is why I premiered here, so I get to see what bullshit. Yeah, it sure did. And it only did that. It only rendered that. Okay, so that's a problem. We're not going to be able to show this tonight because it decided to only render this particular thing. Great. Thanks, Premiere. All right, entire source. Okay. So, we're going to be doing it backwards. We're going to play the rom-hack first. I apologize. I told you the fuck shit was coming, so it's 8 minutes. Fucking gotta hate Premiere. So you don't know what it's rendering until it's too late. No wonder it was so fast. Alright, that's fine. Fuck you! I'm kidding, I love you. Alright, let's just, while Chase is here, let's grab this damn thing. Alright, it's Law and Order Mushroom Kingdom. Is it an IPS? I think all of these have to be IPSs. No, I didn't finish Great Greed, but I'm like 3 games away, or 3 areas away from it. It's got crude language. I don't know if I can play this. And it's based on what? Super Mario World? Alright, so this is a... BPS patcher. Okay. I apologize, guys. I don't want to sound like an asshole. That's gonna take like 8 minutes, 10 minutes. It's really fast. I have a much better computer than when I used to do this. This used to be like, well, come back tomorrow, we'll try again. Now it's gonna actually be doable. Why are you being sassy to me? Oh, I got it backwards. This goes here. Right? Which would have made more sense because that guy does all of his movies out of order. There we go. Alright. Again, I apologize. That is very unprofessional of me and I should have double checked, but I did not have the time to double check. You don't have a logo for this? You gotta make a logo for it. Sure, I'll just take this. I'm gonna steal this for you. No, I get it. Totally understand. Alright, we're gonna let Premiere do its thing. It shouldn't interface, it shouldn't mess up anything else. It shouldn't be too sassy, so. What's up, babe? Okay, just make sure I have the stuff for it. Yeah. That's fine. Book it. Okay. All right. Sounds good. Bye. Love you too. Amanda's helping me out with a hotel because trying to get a hotel in Fort Lauderdale a week earlier, probably not the best idea. Also, what's up, Holly? We're just waiting till this thing renders and then ouch. Give me a second. Yeah, Holly's a sweetheart. Go give her all the same love that she sent us tonight. Excited for the render? I hope so. I'm excited for the render. I hate Premiere with a burning passion, but there's really nothing I can do. Also, what's up, Daizo? How are you? Is it still gonna sound like shit? There we go. This is a rom-hack. We're just playing this in the meantime. This is what we're gonna be playing after anyway. Can I get a mod to remind me in 10 minutes? Yeah, that's fine. Odafin Yoshi. Melinda Birdo. I've never seen a single episode of this show, so I don't know anything about it. I know what it is because Dad used to watch it, but Detective Pikachu in this one? I don't think so. Okay. Following story is fictional, does not depict any actual person or event. Well, I hope not. There's a birdo with a Vagugu mouth. Oh, you don't? Okay, good. Of course, you gotta do the dong dong. Vagugu mouth. Why am I playing a Sonic? That was Mario hack. Mario Sonic Hedgehog. Man, these flowers lasted a while. That's how Sonic talks, right? Never heard him talk. I really should set up the keg of dolphin at some point. It's still in mint condition. Close enough. Seems like Sebastian's drinking again. Work must have been rough. My chili dog storage grows every day. Huh, Sebastian only ate half his chocolate sundae. Wait a minute, when the hell did we get ice cream? Sebastian! Oh well, I think I'll finish it for him. He won't mind. Wow, is there meant to be a rotten mean bean thing in this middle? Guess I'll ask. It could just be a jelly bean. Delicious jelly bean, unlike those bean boozles. Trust me, I know. Chili dog story. That is non-model. It is non-model. It's only fair after the whole Samari thing. That is a real, genuine thing that... Alright, pro tip. This is my first piece of advice. Take this with a grain of salt. Sonic runs fast. Is there a run fast button? Okay, never mind. I'm just stupid and I didn't hit it. What do I need to do? Oh, okay. Mean Bean Boozle? I miss... Wait, what? What happened? I miss you, Donut Lord. At least I have Sebastian. Someday I'll avenge you. Who's Donut Lord? Let's go into my bedroom. Yeah, I know, I saw it. Thank you so much. I'm out of Bean Boozle beans, otherwise I'd boof one for you. Home sweet home. I really want to sleep, but I should take a shower first. Am I get to see Sonic's ass? What's going on? Oh, there's gonna be horrible things. Tails is gonna be dead in the shower, isn't he? Maybe I could take a nap while Sebastian isn't looking since it's softer. This is gonna be one of those like Italian Spider-Man, oh no kind of things. Probably should have a long bath before I take my... Your what? Your Xanax? Should get a plumber to fix the toilet. If I have to fill a bucket of water again. Is this not the shower? Oh shit!
Oh my god! Sebastian, buddy! Somebody help!
Does somebody diddle his butthole? Isn't that what SVU's about? Sex crimes? And that's what happened, man. I couldn't believe it. I understand this is tough for you, but are you positive this wasn't an accident? I swear on my rings, detective. Please, call me Elliot. Well, Elliot, there's no way that this was an accident since he's too smart for that. He owns a mechanic shop for crying out loud. It's okay, Maurice. I'm here for you. When did you find out Sebastian was dead? Well, I don't remember the exact time, but it was around 1 o'clock in the morning. Believe this is no accident. Right. If you don't believe this is an accident, who would do this? The only one I know who could do this is that no-good Egg King. You mean Wilson Robotnik? That's the guy. I know for sure he would do something like this. Very interesting. He has quite a rap sheet. However, all his crimes are minuscule and never upscale to murder. We're going to need more evidence than just a say-so. What is this, a hack of Mario's Missing? No, it's Super Mario World. Do you have anything else that could be used against Mr. Robotnik so we have probable cause? Well, I know Egg King went to Sebastian's Cyclone plant zone last Wednesday around 3:15 p.m. Sebastian told me how pissed off Mr. Robotnik was with the hard work that was done on it. Well, usually murder doesn't happen due to possible poor customer service. Not true. I've seen some shit. Y'all remember whenever the Popeyes chicken sandwich came out and people were stabbing people? Absolutely due to poor customer service. Plus, there was no police call record around that time, so it couldn't have been that serious. But wait, there's more! Better hang on to that story, Elliot, because there is a screamer. Listen to what Egg King said as he was leaving the shop. I have access because I work there on the weekends.
I'll get you back for this utility traitor. You'll be sorry for screwing with the Egg King.
Bury me with my money. I see. Intriguing. We will have to send this to Taru to make... Tarov. To make sure it wasn't tampered with. Is that okay with you? Pardon my ignorance, Elliot, but what's Taru? No worries, Maurice. It stands for Technical Assistance Response Unit. Enjoyed some of your YouTubies today. I appreciate that. I'm waiting. Apparently, I incorrectly rendered the fucking, Ready Go Gaming show, so we're waiting for it. 22 seconds and it'll be done. And then we'll hop over to that. Just knock that out for a second. Boop. I accidentally rendered only the intro. I was like, okay, cool. Guess I'll go fuck myself. Thank you for your cooperation, Maurice. Here's my information just in case you have anything else you want to tell us. Expect contact from us in the future with more questions. Thank you so much, Elliot. I'll have my phone nearby whenever you need me. Did he take off his shoes? What a weirdo. I don't want to read everything. My throat will hurt.
Elliot, you better not be playing Quantro Trail during work hours.
Oh, no, I didn't. I wasn't.
Even Wario could make a better detective. This ain't no game. Get back to work.
Captain, believe me, I'd love to spin him around and swing him out of mine. Ah! Mario 64 joke. Ba-dum-bum. Is this the boss's office? Coins. Who are you? Wilson, hey, that's the suspect. Livy, this is your chance. We're trying to put Robotnik behind bars for a while. This might be the clue we need to expose him for the son of a bitch he really is. Look at that words. Now, hold on just a minute. We need to be careful because we're trying to nail this bastard many times before. Which one is Ice Cube? Or Ice Tea, whatever his name is. Ice something. Ice Lemonade. That was quick. Wow. Hey, Don is right. Bowser's always waiting to nail our asses somehow. If we want to get this prick, we need to investigate further and get the accurate results from Target. Why is the whale working? That should not be working. I literally have the bridge turned off. Where's the bridge active? There's no bridge active. Alright, hold on one second. I gotta... Don't use alerts! Yeah, hacked. I got hacked. That's exactly what's happening. Tell you what we'll do is I'll yank the Twitch token away. Save, and then... Yeah, the bridge is down. Disconnect Twitch. There we go. So now it shouldn't work. Appreciate you want explicit permission, but you go, but I trust you make haste. Appreciate it, Captain. Now, why the hell is the locker room locked again? Elliot, don't you have more important things to do right now? Boom, boom, boom. Trying to break the whale. Oh, hey. Ooh. She's just boot scooting boogieing, isn't she? Is this Ice Tea? Hello there, you two. I can't grant access to the door. That's the job of Sergeant like John. I don't know if I'm supposed to go in this door. Oh, this is the crime scene. Need to investigate more before we're done. Okay. Yep, that's vodka, all right. No shit. What game gave that away? The front of the bottle? No, I mean the Lake Crystal vodka. Drink that stuff at home. Very smooth. I think you drank alcohol, Elliot. Not on the job, obviously, but once a hard day. Tasty? So we know this vodka is involved somehow, especially with that empty glass. That's what I wanted to show you. I also want you to confirm something else towards the bathroom. Let's go then. Oh, I see what you did there. Boom, boom. Where'd she come from? Ew. I don't take Xanax. Is Xanax good? Xanny bars? There's the tub. This is where the body was found, isn't it? The brown hair has proved to be the case. We're only confirming what we already know here. Let's try somewhere else. Heard Zanny makes you constipated? I take venlafaxine, so I wouldn't know. Alright, let's check his bedroom for evidence. So this was Sebastian's room. He doesn't strike me as much of a clean person. The flowers are certainly nice. It's more healthy than the other ones. Certainly do learn about a person when they're gone. Let's check elsewhere. Mario sure knows how to keep this room tidy, doesn't he? There doesn't seem to be any sign of disturbance here. Perhaps we can look elsewhere. What the fuck is that? Is that like a... Alright, so I'm assuming I need like 3 pieces of evidence.
Uh-oh. Seems like Maurice is home. Look out the window.
Look out the window.
You have a permission to go, you two. Great work.
It's a big ass chili dog? Okay. Is that like a meme from the show or something? Woo!
I couldn't agree more.
So the question is, this is my question. Would it have taken like too much like space to record voice lines for all of this, or is that just something y'all didn't want to do? What's going on with the background there? It disappears when I talk to somebody. The background goes bye-bye. It's the inner bug tester in me. I notice these things. That's Vega's sound, isn't it? No. That's from Street Fighter. Street Fighter 2. Gotcha. Somebody's song. Show me the money! 7, another 7. Balrog's theme, that's what it is. Is it Ultraman? What's he doing here? President K. Rool? Yo, he followed me. Oh, he's a criminal? Hold on. Sniff It Showdown. Oh, we got mini games, but I'm broke. I can't play them. Dodge the bullets? This is actually very well made. I'm very proud of you. What's up, Rod? I gotta get more coins so I can go gamble in the casino. Oh my gosh, y'all hear the kids in the background? They're playing Roblox and they're being angry at each other. Bacardi Biatch. Yes. Tell him to come here real quick. Sorry, I gotta be a dad. It's more important. Can't get in here! You're on my time. Keep your hands to yourself. There's no other words that should come out of your mouth other than yes sir, no sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Go apologize to your sister and shut my door, please. All right. What's this? Shit! Okay, I almost lost it. Owned. God damn it. One job. Just murdering Koopas on the beach! Oh, I've put myself in a tough spot. There we go. Hello? 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 Does Elliot just like... Sorry, I needed that. Hacks on the beach. Say no to Kaizo. Thank you! I agree. Is that the chick from... That looks like the chick from, was it that squirty game? Where they... Oh, fuck off. Where they throw ink at each other. What's the name of that game? Splatoon. That's what it is. Oh, God. Okay. That was stupid. Damn, he's big! Splatoon, now I'll never forget. It's true. Yo, she's got some boobies, doesn't she? Holy shit. Taxam. Look at all these puns. I was confused by Chick in the Squirty game. Oh, it's Randy Squirt Porn Pritchford. Alright, I'm gonna save this. Let's see if this is done. Let's go ahead and get into this. All right, take two. Take two to get this video going. Thank God let me make sure this goes to the right spot. Where did it go to? Went to YouTube. Okay. YouTube. Oh. There we go. All right, y'all ready for this? Because I'm just going to send it, all right? I'll see y'all on the other side. I goofed up. It was my fault. It was already done, just in a different spot. There you go. What's up, everybody? My name is Fortifier, and welcome to the next entry of the Ready Go Gaming Show. Today, we're going to be talking all about Ubisoft, and I have some friends that are returning, some veteran speakers who are going to help me do that. Now, before we get into this, a few things. Number one, it's been a very long time since I've made a Ready Go Gaming Show. There's a few reasons. Number one, my dad passed away, and when my dad passed away, I lost a lot of interest in making long-form content, right? In fact, it's a miracle that I decided to get onto here again and start making 10 games episodes, and we all know how that turned out. It turned out for the better, but I felt like I was neglecting a lot of the long-form content that I had been doing for, 5-6 years. So I didn't want this episode to burn a hole in my pocket. I wanted to get into it. I wanted to finish it. And because of that, this is written from the perspective of 2021. There are some games that are going to be left out because the amount of effort it would take to re-script everything, get all of our guest speakers to speak again, and to edit all of that, it would just be a pain in the ass, a massive pain in the ass. And I would much rather release the episode in the way that it was intended, back when I had a shittier microphone and back whenever I was using a different format than you would see now. So hopefully this episode will mark the transition to a new style of Ready Go Gaming Show, one where I use some of my newer techniques and some of my newer speaking patterns to make a quality video that educates you all. And I'm not going to be doing it alone. Today I've got two veteran guest speakers, the first of which is the DOS Nerd. The DOS Nerd is my subject matter expert on everything DOS. He's a former Twitch streamer, or he streams like occasionally, not very often. Absolute sweetheart. I've known him for a very long time. He's been there since the beginning of the Ready Go Gaming Show, back towards the beginning of my YouTube career, and he's been a constant supporter of what I do, basically mentally and physically every single day. And our second guest speaker is another long-time supporter of what I do every day, this madness that is this project. His name is Sick Jake, and he is a streamer. He's also the owner of the podcast, or one of the speakers for the podcast, Press B to Cancel, which I will link down in the description below. I've talked a lot, and I just want to get into this because we've got an hour of information coming your way, and I hope that you have a good time, all right? Enjoy. Bonjour. Welcome to France in the 80s. It's a simple time. People are enjoying life, eating amazing food, soaking in the sunshine, and also rioting. That's what the French like to do. Good old-fashioned riots. But in a commune of Brittany, Carentois, a few siblings are putting their minds together to help their local farmers. These folks would be known as the Guillemot family. They consisted of 5 sons: Christian, Claude, Gerard, Michel, and Yves. The Guillemot family was well known in Brittany for providing support for local farmers, supplementing their business with things we don't exactly know. But with a great understanding of business, the 5 brothers went to college and came back with, well, even more business knowledge.
Cloud, in particular, thought it would be cool to bring this fancy new thing called the CD to these farmers, and with the success of that, eventually branched out to providing computers and software. Because you know what a farmer needs? Streamlined software. And to run this software, those same farmers needed computers. It's the classic challenge of supply and demand to a niche market that likely wasn't technologically literate. But it was an expensive thing to do, and farmers throughout the world aren't exactly the spitting image of wealth. In attempting to purchase their sales assets domestically, the Guillemot brothers found it non-viable, especially in France. But you know what wasn't expensive at the time? importing them from places that already had great technological advances, like the United Kingdom.
With a plan in mind, their mother planted the seed of starting an actual business among the 5 brothers, suggesting that each managed it themselves and had equal equity at all times. This would lead to Guillemot Informatique in 1984. Much like other companies at the time, and especially when it involved farmers, their products were ordered courtesy of the mail ordering format, a format that allowed them to undercut their competitors by 50% of the industry standard. In 2 years, Guillemot Informatique earned 40 million francs, the US equivalent at the time being $5.8 million. This led to an upgrade by Guillemot Corporation doing the same thing in 1986.
Man, this video game thing is kind of lucrative. What if we, made the games? That's what they did. And in that year, Ubisoft Entertainment SA, eventually just nixed to Ubisoft, stemming from the term ubiquitous, was created. But what does that mean? Well, it's a fancy word for fancy pants people, but ubiquitous means present, appearing, or found everywhere. Pretty nifty, now you know. With the company created, they set their roots down in Paris. They brought on powerful folks with industry experience to help get their game journey started. Nathalie Salud was a proud manager, and Sylvie Hugonnier was a faithful director of marketing and public relations, and, she left for Elite Software. Well, shit. Luckily for Ubisoft, they still managed to sneak out some games, and, the rest is history. The first title from Ubisoft would be known as Zombie. It was a first-person action adventure inspired by Dawn of the Dead. You explore different locations such as a shopping mall, gun shop, and trucks. It was a mildly popular and successful game, and if you know anything about the Wii U, it might make sense why Ubisoft released a game called Zombie U and why it was spelled that way. With this mild success in the European market and with a well-established reputation for importing software as well as technology, they were able to branch out and begin importing well-known titles from Spain and West Germany. After this, Yves Guillemot was appointed CEO.
Ubisoft was your traditional small-started development team. By 1988, they had a team of 6 people, one of which was Michel Ancel, another of which was Serge Hoskowit. You might not recognize these names, but Michel would create a powerhouse franchise that would catapult Ubisoft forward, and the other would end up being the chief creative officer. Talk about climbing the ladder, huh? As we roll into the 90s, Ubisoft was the most powerful distributor of video games in France. With a massive success, it's time to move forward and expand to the rest of the world. This was done by striking deals with EA, Sierra Online, Microprose, and more, supplemented with an IPO in 1996, generating $80 million for expansion. Because of this, 4 more studios were created: Annecy, Shanghai, Montreal, and Milan. With the growth of the company and with games still being developed, many of which weren't incredibly remarkable, such as Pod, Adventures in Music with the Recorder, The Adventures of Valdo and Marie, or F1 Racing Simulation.
But one game that stuck was 1995's Rayman, designed by Michel Ancel. What's interesting is that Ancel designed what would become Rayman back in the 80s when he was a teenager, which acted as a litmus test for his skills. Ancel was learning how to compose, code games, draw, and in the 90s learned ray tracing techniques, and now his unnamed protagonist had a name, Rayman. But with its success in Europe, Ubisoft still struggled to cement their presence in the United States. One particular format that was starting to gain popularity in the gaming industry was the free-to-play format. In 1999, one of the brothers, Michel, brought this to fruition by creating Gameloft. Remember that? Gameloft had tons of free games, and if you're a kid like me, free was good. It was so good that it increased Ubisoft's share value 5 times its worth, and with that, Ubisoft was prepared for international growth, unlike any other company at the time.
You're probably wondering when Ubisoft began making the games we love, those that stuck. Well, the late 90s and the early 2000s. That's because with their success from Gameloft, they were able to purchase Red Storm Entertainment, which, if you know anything about them, is the studio responsible for everything Tom Clancy. But it doesn't stop there. They bought the Learning Company, which by proxy gave them claim to Broderbund, Mattel Interactive, Mindscape, and Strategic Simulations. Missed anyone? How about the Prince of Persia? I know you've probably played Sands of Time. It was massively popular for the PS2, a cult classic. just like Beyond Good and Evil, which was a commercial flop, but still has a commercial following. As we waltzed into 2003, Ubisoft was renamed Ubisoft. They also decided this cool purple swirl would be their logo moving forward, and guess what? It hasn't gone anywhere.
The modern history of Ubisoft has mostly been political. They were the Electronic Arts of Europe, with massive acquisitions, and even Electronic Arts wanted a piece of their action. In 2004, EA purchased a 19.9% stake in Ubisoft, and if you know anything about business ethics, this can be a huge no-no because it signals the intent of a hostile takeover. The same thing would happen with Vivendi, which, no bullshit, they were known for hostile takeovers, but this wasn't until 2015. In between that, they bought NHL Rivals, NFL Fever, and NBA Inside Drive from Microsoft. They created Assassin's Creed, a series that still survives to this day, and Driver, a series that kind of ebbed and flowed through the 90s and 2000s, and even bought the video game rights for South Park. They bought Massive Entertainment, and started offering third-party publishing rights to Electronic Arts as well as Warner Brothers.
Not much has changed with Ubisoft. They did have a run-in with sexual misconduct allegations, much like Blizzard, and it was almost as high visibility as Blizzard as well. Since 2018, Ubisoft has made a partnership with Tencent to make sure their games thrive in the Chinese market. Ubisoft, without a doubt, is one of the most powerful and influential companies from a business perspective, but not so much in application with their games. Some people might recall their shoddy QA practices or even their capitalistic cash grab of the Uplay store. But even with all of these black marks, they continue to grow to this day.
Oh boy, subsidiaries. I'm always excited to talk about subsidiaries.
Well,
What?
I don't think you're going to like this one.
Why is that?
Ubisoft has a few subsidiaries.
That's not bad.
If by a few, I meant 40 plus subsidiaries.
40?
Well, 58, but who's counting?
58?
58.
Well, fuck me. Let's talk about them.
Whoa. 40. Nobody wants a video of non-stop bouncing between companies. Let's simplify it by region and give a little brief blurb about them if they're important. Then we'll talk about them in depth. But for the most part, they're all part of the same family. Don't worry, I'll start. In the North American region, Ubisoft had 13 studios. These studios are Blue Mammoth Games, Red Storm Entertainment, Ubisoft CRC, Hybrid Technologies, Quizal, Ubisoft Montreal, Ubisoft Quebec, Ubisoft Saguenay, Ubisoft Sherbrooke, Ubisoft Toronto, Ubisoft Winnipeg, Ubisoft Halifax. Most of these companies just tend to work on Ubisoft products, specifically Far Cry, Assassin's Creed, South Park, Brawlhalla, Watch Dogs, the works. But some stand out from a historical standpoint.
Red Storm Entertainment, in my opinion, is perhaps one of the most important North American acquisitions. It all starts with some guy named Tom Clancy. You might have heard of him, if not by his name being in most games Ubisoft puts out, or in any of the books he wrote. He is a well-known American author, and most of his books directly spawn video games, and in some cases, movies. For example, his first book was The Hunt for Red October. Because of that book, we got a movie with Sean Connery as Marco Ramius, and Alec Baldwin as Jack Ryan. That's another well-known name. Well, in the spirit of bullshit, The Hunt for Red October generated a video game on many consoles. Patriot Games? Movie. Cardinal of the Kremlin? Game. Clear and Present Danger? Movie. The Sum of All Fears? Movie. And a reference to John Clark, who you might recognize from the very first Rainbow Six game.
Through and through, Tom Clancy's works have inspired tons of games, and his writing style spawned the Splinter Cell series, which was supposed to be the title that would annihilate Metal Gear Solid 2. We'll leave it up to you if it did. Anyway, returning to Red Storm, Clancy's manager, Doug Littlejohns, reached out to Virtus Corporation and created Red Storm. Since the beginning of its creation, it's solely been a way for Tom Clancy's works to be imagined on a video game spectrum, or at least have the spirit of his writing style. Ubisoft would scoop the brand up in 2000, but I think it's fair to say Clancy still had most of the say. Unfortunately, Tom Clancy passed away in 2013, but his spirit still lives on in all the games we play that bear his name.
The second quasi-important studio would be Ubisoft Halifax. Ready to rock, eh? Well, Longtail Studios Halifax created a fun time waster known as Rocksmith, but it wasn't always in Halifax. Longtail Studios, a New York City company, was created by Gerald Gilmour. Remember that name? He founded Ubisoft. The more you know, right? Halifax works on mobile games now, from guitars in your hand to mindless eyeball torture. Full circle, right?
The final major studio in the North American region would be Ubisoft Montreal, and that's because, in the overall scope of Ubisoft products, they do the most. They stick their toes in 99% of the projects that Ubisoft creates, and they have the most employees, with 40,000 as of May 2021. They created Assassin's Creed and helped push Far Cry further into relevance. If there are any new IPs that Ubisoft would like to make, you can count on Montreal being the think tank for it.
Europe, however, is where Ubisoft seems to have most of their studios. In France, we have 1492, Green Panda, i3D.net, Ubisoft Ivory Tower, Ketchup, Ubisoft Nadeo, Alliant, Ubisoft Annecy, Ubisoft Bordeaux, Ubisoft Montpellier, Ubisoft Paris, and Ubisoft Reflections. In the United Kingdom, we have Ubisoft CRC, or the EMEA, as well as Ubisoft Leamington. In Germany, we have Colibri, Blue Byte, Ubisoft Berlin, and Ubisoft Mainz. In the Scandinavian region, we have Massive Entertainment, Ubisoft Stockholm, and Ubisoft Red Lynx. Hopping back down to Spain, we have Ubisoft Barcelona, which also has its own little spin-off known as Barcelona Mobile. In the Southeast region, we have Ubisoft Belgrade, Ubisoft Bucharest, Ubisoft Kiev, Ubisoft Odessa, Ubisoft Milan, and Ubisoft Sofia. That's a lot of companies.
But the issue is that most of these companies all have shared interests. They all work on the same projects, and as such, describing each of them would be the same thing, 20 times? No, fuck that. The most important acquisition in Europe, in our opinion, was Blue Byte, known as Ubisoft Dusseldorf for a long time. Ubisoft Dusseldorf's history goes far back. You ever play this? This is Turrican. It's a side-scrolling cross between Metroid and other obscure titles such as Psycho Nick's Oscar. It's an absolute cult classic by Manfred Trenz that was ported to the Commodore 64 by Rainbow Arts. Rainbow Arts had two developers named Thomas Hertzler and Lothar Schmidt, who decided to create their own company, Blue Bytes. Their first game as a new company was Great Courts, a tennis title that was published by, Ubisoft. They also have some well-known games such as Anno, Battle Isle, and The Settlers, but in 2001, Ubisoft acquired them for good. As a developer for Ubisoft, they didn't do anything too crazy. Some of the games you might recognize are Rainbow Six Siege, The Fractured But Whole with Reflections, and Far Cry 6. They are also going to be involved with Beyond Good and Evil 2. The last major area, if you will, is Asia. These studios are Ubisoft Abu Dhabi, Ubisoft Chengdu, Ubisoft Da Nang, Ubisoft Mumbai, Ubisoft Osaka, Ubisoft Philippines, Ubisoft Pune, Ubisoft Shanghai, and Ubisoft Singapore.
Yeah, that was a way more efficient way of doing things.
See? You should trust me more often.
Well, it's time to talk franchises, so let's hop into that. It's the best part of these episodes anyway.
Yeah, if I'm going to talk for longer than I should, I'd rather talk video games.
I guess I'll take the lead. Anno is a long-standing series that is a blend of real-time strategy coupled with economic simulation. The first game was created in 1998 by Max Design, which would be the company to work on the first two entries before Related Designs would take over. The game was called Anno 1602 or 1602 AD if you were in the North American market. The game itself is rather arduous and has a pretty nasty learning curve, but if you manage to overcome that curve, you can have tons of fun. Compared to games like The Settlers and Age of Empires, you don't have civilizations, and with that, there aren't any technological advances like you would see in Civilization by Sid Meier. It's hard to explain without you playing. Overall, this game is just about discovery versus domination. In the German markets, it was a commercial hit, but in the rest of the world, it was more of a sleeper hit.
The follow-up would be Anno 1503, The New World, or 1503 AD, The New World. As with its predecessor, Anno 1503 is a tad bit different. Fundamentally, it's the same game, but it has more of a militaristic focus. The third game was Anno 1701, or 1701 AD. In many ways, this game is dramatically different when it comes to the level of interaction you have with your colonies. For example, in the previous games, taxes were derived from conditions of your colony's growth. But in 1701, you could set your tax level to include the taxes for each item. That means if you want chocolate to have a 98% tax, you could. As a leader, you could be more lenient for other things, such as perfumes or furs. Each different culture had a commodity tied to it, and 5 major stages dictated your abilities. Everyone starts as pioneers, but progresses to settlers, citizens, merchants, and then aristocrats. Much like its predating titles, it was a massive hit, which is probably why Ubisoft was so interested in acquiring the IP.
Which is exactly what happened with Anno 1404. Blue Byte, or if you paid attention, Ubisoft Dusseldorf, revamped Anno to have several different features. For example, you can have multiple different cultural zones for your citizens. There are different levels of housing you can employ. There are class ratios, different goods such as spices, bread, meat, milk, carpets, and tons of quests that help build the baseline experience. It also was the first game to implement an achievement system in the Anno series, and also the first to have a dedicated plot. The whole story revolves around the Occidental versus the Orient. This game also had an expansion with 1404 Venice. Then for the next game, we jump to 2070. Welcome to the future! In this game, politics are irrelevant and humans choose their ways to produce energy. There is one overlord umbrella global government, where votes are tallied out by 3 factions. These factions include the Eden Initiative, the Global Trust, and the SAAT. Each of these factions has its positives and negatives. For example, the Eden Initiative utilizes ecologically beneficial environmental builds, which are sustainable but incredibly slow to grow. The Global Trust has tons of industrial experience, but because of that, produces high quantities of pollution and abuses resources to no end, to the point of extinction.
There are also world events, such as Neo Skull's Pirates, the Project Eden event, Global Distrust, and more. This game is very ambitious, and as is expected, was very successful. Anno 2020-05 was released in 2015, and the major change was that you can get resources from the moon. I hope that isn't the direction our society is going, but if you want to have a test run of how that might be, then yeah, play 2020-05 because that is exactly how it would pan out. Ubisoft Blue Byte expected this game to be just like its predecessors when it came to sales, but it wasn't great. This game has stunning visuals, but the inherent issue is that they nuked the elements of the game to basic bitch status. They yanked combat, there wasn't any randomly generated maps, and with no multiplayer options, it just wasn't interesting to consumers. So what do? We go back to basics with Anno 1800. Anno 1800, we are dropped into the 19th century at the dawn of the Industrial Age. All of the older mechanics that made Anno successful were brought back, and one of the cooler things they implemented was Blueprint Mode. In Blueprint Mode, you could slowly add money and resources towards building objects of importance bit by bit, versus having to save up for the whole cost. In addition, tourists play a pivotal role in your economy. Thankfully, this saved the franchise, and hopefully, we will see more of this legacy IP.
Well, here's the biggest cash cow historically for Ubisoft, Assassin's Creed. Many of you might be familiar with the series, but if you aren't, Assassin's Creed is an open-world action-adventure stealth murder assassination collectathon, all bundled up together and re-released 50 times to consumers all over the world. But where did it start? In 2007 with Assassin's Creed on the PS3, 360, and the computer. In this first story arc, we follow the story of a bartender named Desmond Miles, who is kidnapped by agents of Abstergo Industries, the leading big pharma of the Assassin's Creed universe. He gets taken to Rome for the sole purpose of activating latent genetic memories, courtesy of a machine called the Animus. For this game, we tap into the ancestor Altair ibn Lahad from the era of the Third Crusade, who's a member of the Assassin Order tasked with obtaining the Apple of Eden. Altair's arrogance results in a failed mission, and his mentor and leader Al-Mualim demotes him to the most basic rank and gives him orders to assassinate high-profile targets to regain his trust.
And welcome to the basic principle format of the entire series. Assassin's Creed was fun, but it was repetitive. As a pilot game for the IP, it did establish the seeds of interest as a modern stealth game, and compared to Ubisoft's previous game, Prince of Persia: The Sands of Time, it was monumentally successful and critically acclaimed. The next game in the series, Assassin's Creed 2, in my opinion, is where Assassin's Creed truly began to be a household name, because the elements of parkour, the story, and the visuals were all perfect. For many of us, this game was the one that not only made us intrigued to continue the franchise, but made us play the previous game as well. It was beautiful. The game picks up where we last left off, with Desmond Miles escaping the clutches of Abstergo by way of Lucy Stillman, who is part of the Assassin Order as well. They run off to a safe house and use their animus to tap into the memories of Ezio Auditore de Firenze during the Italian Renaissance.
What makes Assassin's Creed 2 so phenomenal is just how fluid it feels. Climbing doesn't seem limited. We could use our eagle vision whenever we wanted to. We could use these skills that were so badass to take out our enemies, and if they tried to use a weapon on us, we could yank it out of their hands and stab them in the throat. AC2 is just exemplary. It also came with 2 DLCs, the Battle for Lee and the Bonfire of the Vanties, both of which are great additions to the baseline game. Plus, the customization was incredible. You could upgrade armor, get different weapons, even dye your clothes to look cooler. It was just a solid game. Our next venture would be Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, which had a slower start than the other games. However, as you learn the mechanics, it truly became an interesting entry in the series. In Brotherhood, we are continuing to tap into the memories of Ezio, courtesy of another animus installed at the ruins of the Villa Adidor. The key enemies in this game are the Borgia family, which, a nice little touch in many ways, speaks testaments to the historical intricacies of this title. Brotherhood had different mechanics, mainly this Brotherhood Assist move, or BAM, that allowed you to recruit NPCs throughout the game and then call on them to assassinate targets if you were overwhelmed. There were tougher enemies, and the AI was relentless in defending their masters. But the combat? Amazing. You could enter what was known as an execution string, and it would allow you to continue to kill any enemy that came your way as long as you executed the combos correctly. Also, Brotherhood was the first AC entry to have multiplayer. Assassin's Creed Revelations would be the final entry for Ezio. The hidden blade was out, and the hooked blade was in. This was mainly added to compensate for Ezio's old age at the time. And the dialogue of Ezio in the game is amazing because he constantly states how he is too old to be doing this. But what makes Revelations so interesting is that multiple missions include not only Ezio, but Desmond as well as Altair, with an important part of the game involving finding Altair's remains. In some ways, it was a nice calling card for us folks that really enjoyed the Ezio trilogy.
Then Ubisoft started getting ambitious, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, it's just in some ways they painted themselves into a corner. This was sort of evident in Assassin's Creed 3. The gang is back and trying to find the Grand Temple of the First Civilization, now, because they found the Apple of Eden, and this godlike figure Juno starts messing with his brain, causing him to relive the memories of Haytham Kenway. The problem is, Haytham is a Templar. That's not right. To date, we've never had to play as a Templar. But here we are, doing it. We go through the motions and finally end up playing the character that matters, the son of Kenway, Connor. I'm not going to try to pronounce his real name because it would likely be disrespectful, but Connor is the name that retired Assassin's Achilles Davenport gives to him.
Connor embarks on missions during the American Revolution and the Revolutionary War, and as such, many figureheads are relevant, such as George Washington. For a new era of Assassin's Creed games, this was fun, and of course, with the introduction of naval combat, it was even more fun. All the elements that made Assassin's Creed popular stayed, and it seemed that Ubisoft found a niche, and that made sense. Then we had Black Flag. If you were like me, this dropped us on our heads. A pirate game with commercial piracy following along the elements we loved in the other games? Sign me up! This game is considered by many to be the best, if not the best game in the series. 15 million copies have sold since 2020, and literally everything is perfect. You play as Edward Kenway, the father of Haytham Kenway and the grandfather of Connor, who not only is a privateer, but he's an assassin. So you play a pirate assassin with your ship.
That's exactly what you do. You meet tons of other pirates like Anne Bonny, Stede Bonnet, Mary Read, Blackbeard, Calico Jack, and Benjamin Hornigold. It's a pirate lover's wet dream, aka me. But then things got kind of weird. In 2014, Ubisoft released 2 games in the mainline, Rogue and Unity. If you're like me, you didn't realize it until it was too late. Assassin's Creed Rogue or Unity, I chose the latter. Boy, was that a mistake. The first one, however, was Rogue, in which you play as Shay Patrick Cormac, a former assassin that is treated poorly due to insubordination. By the way, Cormac's master is Achilles Davenport from Assassin's Creed 3, full circle. Cormac is betrayed and turns to Haytham Kinway for guidance, so in some way you become an assassin hunter. And through time you make your way to France to get a box containing precursor artifacts. Cormac assassinates Charles Dorian, the father of Arno Dorian, and welcomes him to Assassin's Creed Unity. Yay.
Unity was a piece of shit. I do not say that lightly. Unity was a piece of shit. Everything that made Assassin's Creed an Assassin's Creed title was yanked and thrown into the fire. The game looked pretty, and the music was great, and the historical setting of France at the time of the French Revolution was an amazing concept. But the sheer amount of lazy bugs left in the game meant that while you were running, you'd fall through roofs into the Neverland. I swore I saw Macaulay Culkin a few times because of this. NPCs would just walk away mid-dialogue, and that dialogue, it felt lazy. The gameplay, the mission design, and the techniques that you would use being pulled away were just rude to consumers. It was even ruder that they required Ubisoft in-game currency that you would earn through multiplayer to add a skill tree. Arno Dorian was the most impractical assassin, and the entire game was lazy.
Luckily, Ubisoft decided to pull its head out of its ass and get back to business creating unique Assassin's Creed entries that had meaning, decent plot, and historical relevance. For the next 2 games, they would even up the ante and let us play as not 1, but 2 assassins. 2! This game was Assassin's Creed Syndicate, and it was released in 2015 for all systems relevant at the time. This time we were in Victorian England, playing as Jacob and Evie Fry, 2 twins who happen to both be assassins. The charm in this game is that even though we are still going up against Templars, the characters are so incredibly unique, with their abilities and their equipment options, which allow for different gameplay. Plus all that stupid shit they tried to force on the player in Unity, it's gone. Thank God. Also, one thing I failed to mention is now that the Desmond Miles saga is over, the whole real-world plot of the game involves a video game studio known as Abstergo Studios, or Abstergo Enterprises. It doesn't add much to the ambiance, but it exists.
In 2017, we ventured to Egypt with Assassin's Creed Origins. From a development standpoint, this title was being designed immediately after Black Flag, so if you've been paying attention, you can see how all the Ubisoft subsidiaries and international branches tend to work in tandem to make amazing things happen. We saw 3 games released in the franchise, and this little gem was being made behind our backs. Who would have thought? Anyway, back to the game. Origins is a different style of Assassin's Creed. In many ways, people tend to approach this as a role-playing stylized game. Why? Because Syndicate didn't sell well. Ubisoft wanted to kind of revamp the game after tons of titles that were stealth games. If you've ever actually buckled down and played the Assassin's Creed titles, you know that, well, they're repetitive. It's the same formula. Get the target, do missions, get swords, get a cutscene, and the works. Origins sought to break that formula.
This time we play as Bayek of Siwa and his wife Aya during the Ptolemaic period of Egyptian history. The pharaoh Ptolemy XIII is having a rough time because his sister Cleopatra likes getting jiggy with this Roman guy named Julius Caesar. And yeah, that's their backstory. Combat is slightly different with this strange hitbox revamp that feels more like a glorified hack and slash. But all in all, the game is fun, and it is worth checking out. You tired of being in Egypt? Well, it's time to go to Greece in Assassin's Creed Odyssey. Due to the massive changes with Origins, namely the change from a stealth game to an action role-playing game genre, we would expect Ubisoft to get it right. Right? Well, yeah. Many individuals consider this is the title that made the transition worth it. We play as either Alexios or Cassandra, who are direct descendants of Leonidas I. You know, the 300 guys. And our job is to stop the cult of Cosmos. There are a lot of things to do in this game, such as conquests and the ability to fight for either the Athenians or the Spartans to consolidate in various nation states. You can assassinate leaders or burn the treasury down, pillage their lands. It's Black Flag without the piracy, and instead you're focused on land battles.
In 2020, we were exposed to Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Viking time! That's right, fucking Viking time! We play as Eivor Varinsdottir, a Viking raider who is trying to create a new clan in England. Given the backstory of all the Assassin's Creed games, the Templars and the Assassins all playing a role, and Eivor finds himself in the middle of it. One of the unique aspects of Valhalla is that while we still have the option to do linear missions, there are side missions involving Eivor that can either end in a violent means or a diplomatic means. This is a major departure given that most of the time we kill everyone we run into during the game. The title also departs from the others by incorporating a skill tree versus the traditional leveling system that was incorporated in earlier titles. The enemies are more difficult, so add scaling to the game, and with 25 different enemy archetypes, there's always a unique way to challenge the player. Conquests are back because we can't have a Viking character and not raid settlements. That would be silly. Valhalla is a great title, and you should check it out.
Now, it does have to be mentioned that while there were tons of main console releases for the franchise, there were tons of shithole handheld spin-offs that dragged their balls across our forehead. The first was Assassin's Creed Altair's Chronicles. Imagine Mortal Kombat mythology Sub-Zero, but with a coat of Assassin's Creed paint. You do tons of running to the side while doing subpar parkour and mini-games like pickpocketing, all on the Nintendo DS. It looks like shit, and as a handheld port, it's more of a way to pass the time. The next game would be Assassin's Creed Bloodlines. Thankfully, the PSP has more of a capability to run a AAA game down mixed to handhelds. Unlike the previous game, this looks like an Assassin's Creed title. It still sucks, but it's playable. Then we have Assassin's Creed 2 Discovery. I don't know how they managed to make it worse, but they did. The game looks like shit. They cared more about how the environments looked as opposed to the character you fucking play. Look at this. This isn't good. It's pixelated to shit. It's a gimmick cash grab, and I'm upset that it exists.
Then we hop to the PS Vita with Assassin's Creed 3 Liberation. Let's be honest. Compare the DS to the PSP. The PSP will always win. The PS Vita? Well, companies had more of an ability to make the games look decent. The problem in this case is that the game doesn't interface with the Vita very well. Gameplay-wise, it isn't bad, but some mini-games involve the front and back touchpad, such as pickpocketing or opening letters, and they are very inconsistent. However, if you want to check this game out in its HD glory, you can. It was released for the 360, PS3, and Windows, the whole works. It's a full-up game with control in your hand, the way it should always be. Like mobile games? No, of course you don't. That's why Assassin's Creed Identity failed miserably. Or did it? Well, no, it didn't. Check this out. This looks great. The issue comes primarily due to the combat controls, but other than that, it's not a bad game. Honestly, if you want to play any of the handheld titles, this might be the sole one to check out.
Our final spin-off game is a game called Assassin's Creed Chronicles. It's a weird one. In this game, you play as 3 different assassins, Arbaz Mir, Shao Jun, and Nikolai Orlov in 3 chapters, India, China, and Russia, respectively. This game is a 2.5D shitfest that feels more like a glorified puzzle game, and that's basically it for Assassin's Creed.
Brothers in Arms is a tactical shooter that has a long history of unique mechanics that stand out among its competitors. One of the major trends you'll find when it comes to this franchise is that you simply can't run and gun your way to victory. Battlefield psychology is incorporated. What does this mean? It means that for your shots to be effective, you need to order your squads to lay suppressing fire. In the real world, you can't be accurate if you have thousands of rounds pouring down on you, and to me, that was a piece of realism that many other games haven't touched on. There are a few games in the series, but following the rules of the show, the first 2 games weren't developed by Ubisoft, but instead by Gearbox Software. You might know them from the Borderlands series. Gearbox developed both Brothers in Arms, Road to Hill 30, as well as Brothers in Arms Earned in Blood. Ubisoft Shanghai did pop in for the 3rd game, Brothers in Arms D-Day, which is a PSP compilation / crossover for the first 2 games. So in some way, it's essentially the same as playing the first 2, just on the PSP. It was a subpar game. This was the only entry that Ubisoft developed and published. The rest were either done by Gameloft, Zen Studios, or by Gearbox. If you're curious about this franchise, just know there are 12 games to check out.
Chessmaster has a rich history of being one of the best-selling franchises in the history of chess-related video games, with 5 million copies being sold as of 2002. But the franchise didn't start with Ubisoft. Instead, it was created by a company known as Software Toolworks, and because of that, there were 12 titles created in the franchise before Ubisoft ever touched it. With Ubisoft at the helm, we received Chessmaster 9000, Chessmaster on mobile, Chessmaster 10th Edition, Chessmaster Challenge, Chessmaster 11, Grandmaster Edition, and Chessmaster Live. These are all the same games, but with different aesthetic elements. But if you want a good, solid, no bullshit chess game, this is the series you want to check out, and it goes back to 1986 with Chessmaster 2000.
Racing games are very niche. More often than not, the only thing that separates good racing games from great racing games are the mechanics themselves. The Crew was developed and published by Ubisoft in 2014, and by then we had Gran Turismo 6, F1 2014, Mario Kart 8, Assetto Corsa, and many other racing titles. How did The Crew stand out? It had a persistent world set across the lower 48. This means you could drive from New York City to Los Angeles, then to New Orleans, and then to Seattle. The distance is somewhat simulated, but the way the game handles it, it truly feels as if you're driving across the nation. Plot-wise, we play as Alex Taylor, who is on the run from the cops in Detroit. He finds a car, then gets busted by the FBI and charged with murder. Then you get released on the condition that you help expose corruption, and this is a Fast and the Furious plot. Upon release, it was incredibly buggy, which I wouldn't put past Ubisoft's QA teams because sometimes it feels like they don't give a shit. It received mediocre reviews, but if you like games like this, you might like it.
It did have a follow-up with The Crew 2 in 2018, and much like its predecessor, it keeps the same energy and same mechanics and same perpetual open world. No Fast and Furious plot this time. Instead, you're just trying to become an expert in all of the different racing disciplines, such as freestyle and pro style, etc. There is another sequel coming out soon, according to Ubisoft. It's going to be called The Crew Motorfest, and who knows, maybe it'll be better than the previous two, but I wouldn't hold my breath.
CSI was an amazing show that had 5 different iterations. CSI was the television show that made me interested in forensics, so much so that I ended up getting a bachelor's degree in the damn thing. But as with all good TV shows, companies are going to want to make video games that parallel it, which is exactly what Ubisoft did. But what's crazy is that they're kind of fun, which breaks the mold of what TV games traditionally were. The first game was CSI Crime Scene Investigation, which takes place in the original CSI universe in Las Vegas. There are 5 cases, all of varying depravity, that culminate into a connection to the 5th case. You have all the tools of the trade, and while the vast majority of folks didn't like it, it was still great for the niche community that enjoyed it.
The follow-up would be CSI Dark Motives, with another 5 amazing cases, such as sabotage at a stunt show, a murder in an abandoned insane asylum, human remains found at a construction site, a theatrical rehearsal gone wrong, and a toe found in a Komodo dragon's cage. The cases are all unique, and the gameplay is still great, if you like CSI. The third game was 3 Dimensions of Murder, which let you physically walk around. This is cool because the other titles just let you observe the environment like a point-and-click adventure. Here's the issue. The programmers had 0 experience in 3D rendering and motion, and this game makes that very evident. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't good. The next game would be Telltale Studios' first 360 and Wii game, CSI Hard Evidence. It was a major improvement on the 3D shortcomings that Ubisoft faced in the previous game. But by now, the idea had been so run into the ground that realistically, it was time to shape up or just stop making games. But this is Ubisoft. That doesn't happen. There would be 3 more titles, and none of them were remarkable. But if you like games that focus on the gore and the grossness of forensic investigations and murder pathology, then hey, you should check it out.
You'll find in a few different franchises that Ubisoft didn't play a major role in their development, or their cementing in the history of video game history. That is true for Driver. If you've never played Driver, it's an action driving game. That's the best way to describe it. GT Interactive, which is a fancy way of saying Infogrames, which is a French way of saying Atari is the overlord, started this series and pumped out 3 games before Ubisoft helped publish the PC and Wii versions of Driver Parallel Lines. So what we're saying is that in the acquisition of Reflections Interactive, which if you paid attention is now known as Ubisoft Reflections, Ubisoft was able to embed itself in this legacy franchise. Driver Parallel Lines was also a big departure for the game series. It's entirely open world and mini-games could be accessed from the in-game world versus a menu. It shares many elements with most GTA clones, and environmental destruction was a major point of the game. But it was originally meant to include online multiplayer for whatever reason, and that failed. You play as a getaway driver called the Kid, and you do tons of missions. It wasn't great. Then we hop to the platform where all franchises go to die, the PSP, with Driver 76. You play as Ray. No, not Ray Romano, and it is a revenge mission. The city is even smaller than before, and it wasn't popular at all. Ubisoft was quiet about the franchise after that.
But whispers of a reboot came through the grapevine and internet forums. There was an idea that Driver could make the jump to a contemporary setting while keeping the energy of the original Driver series. Hopefully this time, making it more fun. They did this by releasing Driver San Francisco. The game is awesome. It follows the plot of John Tanner after the events of Driver 3, where John Tanner wakes up from a comatose state to go after Charles Jericho. It's hard to explain just how fun this game is without actually playing it, but you can shift into other cars, like in Driver 2, almost teleporting across entire parts of the city without breaking up your mission. You can drive a real representation of San Francisco, complete with tons of unique vehicles to drive, and a pretty unique multiplayer option to boot. This game was awesome. There are 2 more entries, but they weren't developed by Ubisoft. These games are Driver Renegade 3D and Driver Speedboat Paradise, and yes, they're both shit. Oh well, at least they tried.
Oh boy, Far Cry, aka Cytek's benchmark check for your computer in 2004. If you've ever played Far Cry, you know it's an insane, non-stop shoot fest of nonsense, with hit-scanning enemies and bugs that are abhorrent. But that being said, Ubisoft only published the first game. Their first Far Cry entry was a remake of the first title known as Far Cry Instincts. Far Cry Instincts was essentially a one-to-one remake of the original game, but limited heavily to the Xbox's abilities at the time. If you ever take the time to play Far Cry, you know one of its claims to fame is the ability to explore anywhere at any time. With Instincts, that was nixed for a far more linear approach. However, there are these feral abilities that change the gameplay for the better, as well as a modded storyline. You could also edit your maps and upload them to Xbox Live if you want to play against your friends. This game in many ways was superior to the original Far Cry. And if you want to start your Far Cry adventure, this is probably your best bet.
Instincts was a remake, but instead of focusing immediately on Far Cry 2, they decided to make a spin-off of the remake called Far Cry Instincts Evolution. It featured a new campaign, which was rather short compared to its predecessor. Then they released Far Cry Vengeance for the Wii, which was a remake of Evolution, and then they released Far Cry Instincts Predator, which was a combination of Instincts and Evolution combined. Jesus Christ! I don't think I've ever seen a franchise milk this hard since Street Fighter II had its 30 remakes. Oh, and this line also generated an arcade game called Paradise Lost. It's a rail shooter, a lot like Aliens Extermination, and if you enjoy money sinks that steal your quarters, feel free to check that out on your own time.
But it's time to return to what made Far Cry, well, Far Cry. In 2008, Ubisoft released Far Cry 2. Set in a fictional African city ravaged by civil war, you play as a mercenary who has a mission to kill a weapons dealer who's stoking the flames of a conflict. With an open world and with companions that assist you during your mission and a very competitive multiplayer, Far Cry 2 was an incredible game that for many of us set a solid baseline for the franchise. There are tons of ways to fast travel and tons of ways to interact with local wildlife, and by finding blood diamonds, you could purchase new equipment and weapons. You could go guns blazing to accomplish your objectives, or you could find some stealthy way of accomplishing your goals. There are tons of weapons and tons of environments. It was even nominated for Action Game of the Year, Best Shooter, best game design, writing, and technical engine. Just play it.
Far Cry 3 was released in 2012, and for many people, it's considered one of the greatest games ever created. In the game, we play as Jason Brody, who's on vacation in Bangkok, Thailand, and while skydiving, he ends up on Rook Islands, which happens to be infested with pirates. Pirates who like to sell people into slavery. The leader of this pirate is Voss, or Vase, and he's a total douchebag, but goddamn, this game is good. Yet again, we have the usual weapons, and this time we have a skill tree that enables us to choose what kind of playstyle we want. You want to be stealthy and hunt? Use the spider tree. Want to be more aggressive and have better health? The shark tree. Want to be a distance killer? The heron tree. There's so much to do with this game, and unlike the previous two, it just felt more open world with endless possibilities of things to collect and challenges to undertake. It's a lot of action. Let's take it easy for a second. With a parody. That's what Far Cry 3 Blood Dragon was, and in many ways it was a parody of the things that made 1980s films hilariously bad. It references cartoons and other video games. Basically, you play as a military cyborg and you have laser weapons and seek to find the blood dragon that shoots laser beams from its eyes. It's hilarious, and it's a great time waster.
2 years later, we would receive Far Cry 4. This time we're in Kyrat, a Himalayan country, playing as AJ Gale. Again, stuck in the middle of a civil war between King Pagan Min and a revolutionary group known as the Golden Path. This time, we were exposed to more of an RPG-style progression system, at least in the way the story was presented. There were more side quests, branching storylines, and of course, all the things that make Far Cry wonderful remained loud and proud. Far Cry is one of the franchises that Ubisoft truly gave a damn about. And throughout its entire existence, it seems they cared more about making a true-to-form, solid game series. So thank you, Ubisoft Montreal. You've done good. Many of the aspects from here on out will be the same. In Far Cry 4, you collect random things that provide experience points, you still interact with fauna, and you still have a skill tree that is built upon by skill points earned from completing side quests. And it has multiple endings.
Then we had a spin-off with Far Cry Primal. It seems like we've hopped back to the earlier years of Instincts, but don't worry, it's badass. In this game, we play as Takar, who is a tribesman for the Wenja tribe. The time? 10,000 BC, meaning all of our epic weapons replaced by spears and other uniquely crafted weapons that make this game interesting. Ever wanted to hunt a woolly mammoth? What about a saber-toothed tiger? Well, you can in this game, and to many, it felt more like a survival game, but hey, it is what it is, and what it is fun. Next up would be Far Cry 5 in 2018. This time, we're not in any exotic location, we're not on some desolate island or high up in the Himalayan mountains. Nope, we're in Montana, where a doomsday cult has taken over Hope County and Joseph Seed is at the helm. You play as a junior sheriff without a name, and it's your job to make sure it doesn't become bigger than it is.
It's a fun game, but the problem is that it feels like it dumped everything that made Far Cry so good. It's a good game, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that it isn't, but Ubisoft ensured that every version of this game had unique things that made their entries stand out. For example, Far Cry Instincts had feral abilities, 2 had mercenaries, 3 and 4 had skill trees, but here we are just doing chores. That's what it felt like. There was a spin-off called Far Cry New Dawn, and it takes place 17 years after the event of Far Cry 5, which if you've played Far Cry 5, the pretense of this game should annoy you because it shows that everything you did in Far Cry 5 doesn't make sense. It's like they wasted your time. Couple in the fact that you can tell that they kind of scrambled to make it feel more like the earlier games and add in just a dash of consumers knowing that this game wasn't going to make up for it. Well, you have New Dawn, and it was mediocre at best.
Finally, we have Far Cry 6. This is the most recent iteration of Far Cry, and it takes place on Yura, which is a fictional Caribbean island. Guess what happens? Civil War. Guess who's the bad guy? Giancarlo Esposito. You probably know him from Breaking Bad. He's a great actor. This time we're pretty much doing the same thing. And the only major difference is that there is a ranking-based system for your skills, and it's based on the specific region you're in, which there are a few. As you progress, the enemies get better weapons and gear, which means you'll get better weapons and gear. There are outposts and missions, and instead of the buddy system, you got the amigo system. It's a great game, and time will tell if Ubisoft will release another entry in this legacy franchise.
Ever wanted to tap into your imagination and be something different in life? Ever wanted to be a fashion designer? No, a babysitter? No, I got one! How about a baby? I know I can one up this. How about a baby rock star figure skater? Well, you can in the Imagine series. The whole idea of this franchise is that it is aimed at girls aged 6 to 14, and you play various roles, 46 to be exact, and all of those roles have their own game. They're total bullshit, all of them, no questions asked. This was Ubisoft making shovelware. So you remember how the Imagine series was just a shovelware of bullshit that Ubisoft popped out to make a quick buck? Just Dance is the AAA version of that. You dance to tons of music, and depending on your purpose for the game, it's either fun, or it's just a game you play to waste time. Some folks use it to lose weight, which is awesome and good for you, but if you're playing this to be a casual player trying to beat the library of Just Dance games, then look forward to 26 versions of this game. Have fun!
When you think of cinematic platformers, look no further than Prince of Persia. For many who entered this subgenre of platformers, this is where it all began. But the issue is, Ubisoft didn't have anything to do with it at first. The entire game was conjured up by Jordan Mishner. For our older audience, this was the same guy who created Karateka, which was a landmark title for the Apple II computer. After the success of Karateka, he created Prince of Persia, and with that, 3 titles were generated. If you're curious about these titles, then feel free to check out our previous episode of the Radio Gaming Show, where we broke down the entire history of the platformer genre. Where Ubisoft comes into play was a reboot that happened in 2003, with Prince of Persia: The Sands of Time. You play as a prince, you find a dagger. This dagger controls time because of some hourglass. You foil the vizier's plans, you fight people, rewind the time if you mess up, and even though you're Persian, Jake Gyllenhaal plays you in a 2010 film adaptation. Cheers! Sands of Time wasn't that bad. It was just different. Was it nice to breathe a fresh breath into a dying franchise? Yes. Was it the best game at the time? No. Did people eat it up? Absolutely. Tons of things are awesome about it, and tons of things aren't. So check it out if you want to. Also, curiously enough, there was a remake of the original Prince of Persia stylized with this character for the PS3. It was called Prince of Persia Classic. So if you want to deal with the nonsense that is the original Prince of Persia, but have better graphics, feel free to check it out. I'm personally not.
Sands of Time was followed up by Warrior Within. This time we're playing as the prince as he searches for a way to stop the Dahaka, an entity that fucking hates him for messing with the Sands of Time. This time we can not only use 2 weapons to attack, but we can also steal their weapons and stab them in the face with it. Fundamentally, this game is much darker than its predecessor, and while we can still slow down time and rewind the combat courtesy of the Sands of Time, the game does stand out for being slightly better than the first. The next title was Prince of Persia: The Two Thrones, also known as Prince of Persia: Rival Swords if you were playing the Wii version, and it's the final entry in the Sands of Time trilogy. You see, when we beat Dahaka and return home, we inexplicably reset all of the events during the Sands of Time. The bad guy we beat in the original game is back and kills the Princess Boo thing, and now she's an immortal monster. Oh no! So not only do we have to kill the Vizier again, but we have to contend with being emo because we have a dark prince persona that likes to slowly corrupt us. But worry not, these dark prince powers are pretty fucking cool, and they do make for an interesting addition to the overall combat experience of the game. Honestly, it isn't bad, but the strange retconning of the plot kind of threw a lot of folks off.
You want to know what threw people off even more? A Nintendo DS turn-based tactics game called Battles of Prince of Persia. Yeah, it's one of those card games. Think of Chain of Memories or Metal Gear Acid. Think of Mega Man Battle Network if it was unplayable. This game sucks. But if you like tactical games, this might be for you, and that's a very generous might. Critics of the game weren't very pleased.
It's 2010 and the last Prince of Persia game left a somewhat sour taste in the mouths of consumers. Ever wonder what it's like to try and please everyone in the world simultaneously? Then look no further than Prince of Persia: The Forgotten Sands. There are 7 different versions of this game, and they are all different. At the core, they are all action-adventure puzzle platformers. The PS3, 360, and PC versions are like the earlier games, with acrobatics, puzzles, moves, nonsense, you know, the works. The PSP version is a side-scroller hack-and-slash game like Assassin's Creed Chronicles. The Nintendo DS version is another side-scroller, but with lazy 3D graphics, and you have to use the touchscreen to control the prince. The phone version, 9 stages of nonsense. Internet version, Yeah, we don't talk about it. If you want to check it out, play the main console releases. Trust me. You know what? This isn't working. Let's go back to 2008. Yeah, 2008 was a great year for gaming. GTA 4, Left 4 Dead, Far Cry 2, Devil May Cry 4, Metal Gear Solid 4, Super Smash Bros. Brawl, COD, World at War. All of the heavy-hitting franchises were dropping their bombs in the industry, and Ubisoft wouldn't be caught without a piece of the action, so they rebooted Prince of Persia. It's a very different game. This time it's rooted in the spiritualism of Zoroastrianism. You play as a guy trying to find his donkey, and then boom, you're trying to take down a bad guy. This time around, we aren't tied to just hallways and corridors. We're in an open world, which if you ask me is pretty progressive, considering how set in stone this franchise was for such a long time. You also have an AI-controlled companion named Alika, who helps out occasionally with some magic, acrobatics, and physical combat, so that's neat too. Also, for whatever reason, you don't die in this game. It's physically impossible to die. Every time you would come close to death, Alika will save you. And no, there isn't a limit. With 2.5 million units sold, this game did well, and honestly, it is worth checking out.
But hey, why even bother with enjoying a solid mainline reboot when you can play an animated nonsensical spin-off called Prince of Persia: The Fallen King? Why not play as Zal and walk around using the Nintendo DS stylus to break open boxes and do everything that the D-pad is supposed to do? Why not? The controls alone led to the downfall of this entry, and it didn't sell well. But good news, we have another reboot coming soon, and it's currently in development. It's known as Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown. It was made by the same folks who did the Rayman series, so you already know it's going to be a side-scroller, and I'd even venture to say that they might stick their toes in Metroidvania-style gameplay.
Rayman is the bread and butter historically for Ubisoft. For many of us, it was our first encounter with a platformer that was more lighthearted and simply fun. But there are 45 games in the franchise, and we feel that the information could be better utilized in a franchise episode about Rayman himself. But don't worry, we won't stiff you.
The first Rayman was released in 1995, and boy howdy did it get some traction, with releases on the Jaguar, PS1, Saturn, DOS, Game Boy Color, and Advance, DSi, iOS, and Android. It was a very popular game. But what's so interesting is that the style of Rayman presented in the first entry is a very popular standard that Ubisoft consistently returns to. We did have some deviations with Rayman 2 and 3, and those games are awesome, but through and through, Rayman with this side-scrolling 2.5D style is heavily used. We say this because in many ways Rayman was one of the first franchises to use this style, and because of that, they helped pave the way for better platformers as time went on. There are spin-offs, one-offs, shit-offs, you name them, Ubisoft made them. In the main line we have 5 games, and the spin-off series Raving Rabbids has 4 games. We also had some educational titles, golfing games, and silly games like Rayman Garden. As we said, we'll talk about Rayman at great length when the time comes. If you were like me, Red Steel was an amazing concept that got old pretty quickly. The whole idea is that the game utilized the Wii Nunchuck and the Wiimote to simulate guns as well as samurai swords. The AI was rather intuitive, and as a launch title, it was okay, but it could have been more. It did sell 200,000 copies alone in the United Kingdom and 1 million copies worldwide. Did you know that it had a sequel? It was a sleeper hit. Red Steel 2 was released in 2010 and features a dramatically different storyline than its predecessor. This time we play an unnamed hero from the Kusagari clan who is dragged across the desert and breaks free. It's a fundamentally different storyline than the previous game, which is refreshing, but I kind of enjoyed the original Red Steel, so I'm kind of biased. With a focus on Western and Eastern influences, it's a samurai Western, which is funny because there's 100% a game on the PS2 called Samurai Western. So if you play that game, it's the same principle. There's tons of side quests, safe houses, bullets to deflect with your swords, wanted posters to cash in on, and of course the Wii Motion Plus accessory to buy. It's worth checking out if you like this niche franchise.
This one is a legacy franchise from what would eventually be called Ubisoft Dusseldorf. So by technicality, this is a Ubisoft franchise. But I'm not going to go into depth, because there are about 8 games, and the only one that Ubisoft did themselves was the final entry. The first one was released by Blue Byte in 1993 for the Amiga and DOS. It's a city building game with real-time strategy elements. Think of Civilization, think of Anno, think of Caesar, think of Tropico. All of these games are simple copy and paste city builders with RTS elements as required. Without this franchise, Blue Byte likely wouldn't nearly be as epic as they are today. There are 8 games as we mentioned, and they are all the same game with very minor changes in either setting or campaign. The game Ubisoft had executive control over was The Settlers, New Allies, and it's the same game, but somehow managed to be worse than the others. Oh well, let's try to spin some positivity here. They tried. There are also a few handheld titles out there if you want to check them out as well.
There are tons of Tom Clancy games, so we'll just break them down by the theme that they represent. Way back when, there were tons of offshoot retro games. Red Storm Rising, which was a submarine sim, and then SSN, which was a submarine sim, and then The Hunt for Red October, which was a submarine sim. Yeah, that's what most of them were until 1998, when Rainbow Six was introduced to us. Rainbow Six is a tactical shooter. For most of the entries, you controlled a fire team and executed plans that you made to take an objective before the mission. That was the charm of the game for the most part. The first 4 titles were all presented in this style, but once Raven Shield was released, the franchise started to shift into this first-person shooter style of gameplay that would culminate in Rainbow Six Vegas, which had 2 entries. Contemporarily, everyone loves Rainbow Six Siege, and it has a massive competitive aspect that esports teams rock to this day. There have been 15 games total in this sub-franchise. Then we had Ghost Recon. Ghost Recon is much more of a squad-based first and third-person tactical shooter. Traditionally, these games feature much larger maps, rotating objectives that can shape the mission while you're executing it, and it's much more of a take your time and deal with your enemies kind of game. I didn't mind it, I find it somewhat fun. There have been 15 games in this sub-franchise as well, with Breakpoint being the most recent entry.
We've had a tactical shooter, and we've had a squad-based shooter. How about a stealth franchise? That's what Splinter Cell is. Ideally, it was meant to be the Metal Gear Solid killer. Newsflash, it didn't kill MGS. Konami did a fine job of doing that itself. Ha ha! Knee slapper! As a black operative, you play Samuel Fisher, and you're going around doing odd jobs to take out political opponents under the instruction of the CIA. There are 7 games in the franchise, and a remake is supposedly in the works. How about real-time tactics? Try End War. There's only 1 game in the franchise, and that's because it was a massive commercial failure.
Want to fly a plane? Play Hawks or don't, because it sucks. How about Division? Well, that's a franchise that's been kicking ass since its inception. The Division is a very different game from the others. It's an online-only action role-playing third-person shooter developed by Massive Entertainment. This is another game that has a very promising esports presence, and it has 4 titles under its belt. To me, it would be worth making a franchise episode about Tom Clancy because his works and his contributions to the video game industry through his creativity, simply by attaching his name to a box, is unfathomable. Look out for it in the future. We'll go through every game and have a blast doing it. The Crew is exciting, but if you want a more streamlined arcade-style game like Excite Bike, then check out the Trackmania series. You drive shitty cars over shitty tracks, and you get shitty currencies that can be used to buy more shit. There's 16 games, and none of them are groundbreaking to say the least. In my opinion, it's one of the more inflated, unsuccessful franchises to come from Ubisoft's library. The one that did see some success was the 3rd game, Trackmania Nations, and that's mostly because it was free. Yikes.
When you think of Ubisoft's open world franchise of choice, you likely think of Assassin's Creed, solely because there are so many of them. But what would happen if we took the open world aspects and sort of coupled them with hacking and GTA elements? You'd have Watch Dogs. In the game we play Aiden Pierce, who is on a quest for revenge after a drive-by shooting killed his niece. Throughout the game we learn about Aiden's past and some of the corrupt aspects of this fictional version of Chicago that has implemented a sort of computing network that keeps track of people. What makes Watch Dogs stand out when compared to its competitors is the ability to hack anything and everything. As Aiden walks through the street, he can steal information from people, siphon their funds, and if you're being chased by the cops, you can manipulate highway signs and turn on road barriers, and force the lights to change. There are tons of really cool things you can do. Some people liked it, some people didn't like it. But no matter how you feel about it, the game sold really well by Ubisoft standards, and did generate a DLC, Bad Blood. If we pit this series up against GTA and Saints Row, it kind of fits in the middle. But it is a slow and arduous game.
The sequel, Watch Dogs 2, was released in 2016 and kept most, if not all, of the elements that made the first game awesome. However, for the first time in a long time, Ubisoft took into consideration many of the complaints that players had about the first entry. Because of this, they did a deep dive in how they could make their game more realistic. They hired real hackers to fine-tune the hacking mechanic. They took drives to California to scope out locations. Oh, and the music was composed by Hudson Mohawk. You know, the guy who did Seabat? While the game was rough around the edges when it was released, thanks to well-timed patches, Watch Dogs 2 was substantially better. With 10 million units sold, this game was incredible, and you should check it out if you get a chance. In 2020, Ubisoft released Watch Dogs Legion, which is a direct sequel to Watch Dogs 2. All of the elements that made Watch Dogs unique remained, and for the first time, permadeath was introduced. Don't worry though, this isn't Fire Emblem. You can elect to turn it off if you don't want to subject yourself to that bullshit. Plot-wise, it's 2029 in a fictional version of London. Dead Set continues to fight the powers that be, and yeah, it's the same game. But it's fun, if you're into Watch Dogs.
And that's it. That's all of the franchises that Ubisoft has given us throughout the years. From working with farmers to magically becoming one of the most popular game publishers in the world. Ubisoft held a significant presence in many of our childhoods, and we didn't even know it. Some played Assassin's Creed, and some played Splinter Cell, and some of us played Driver. While we don't know what Ubisoft will do in the future, we can rest easy knowing that they delivered tons of memories to us throughout the years, and those memories will never be replaced or taken away from us.
And that's it for today's episode. That was a good time. It feels good coming back and doing that. You know, these episodes take about 140 hours worth of editing. It is not something that you just sit down and you plug and play. It's a lot of stuff. It's a lot of making sure people's lines are right. It's a lot of getting video, getting footage. It's a labor-intensive thing. I don't want to say it's a pain in my ass, but it is a massive pain in my ass. But I love doing it, and I hope that you enjoyed watching this. If this is something that you can kind of put on in the back burner and do chores in your house, or if you're just doing a long drive, feel free to turn these on. There's a whole playlist dedicated to talking about franchises, genres, and companies, and that's what this project has always been. I do want to say massive shout out to Ubisoft for being the one company that doesn't matter after their logo shows up. I think throughout history, you'd hear you see the swirl and you hear bing, 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 bing. And you'd be like, whatever. I don't give a shit. It's Assassin's Creed. True story. And I also want to give a shout out to Sick Jake and the DOS Nerd. Again, they have been there for me since the beginning of this YouTube and the mad ideas that I've had. And they did wait 2 to 3 years for this episode because of me. I procrastinated. It's my fault. And thank you guys for sticking around and being patient with me and not leaving the team and saying, hey, if you're not gonna do anything, we're adios, motherfucker. I appreciate that. And for anybody who loves this, please take the time to give me a thumbs up because it does help visibility for this. YouTube does not like long form content. It's just the way the algorithm works. So hopefully I can create something that y'all enjoy and continue working through this project. As always, from my family to your family, good energy, good vibes. Fortifier out. Here we go. Oh my god, shut up, mate. Fuck you. Who asked you? Yeah, so that's that. There's some things I saw. It's an infinite fire scope thing. What's the next Ready Go Gaming show? You should know that. You're in the Discord. Hudson Soft, which is perfect because that's the library that we're working on, right? So that's what Conquering Companies is right now. It's Hudson Soft. So I was kind of on the fence. I think Hudson was supposed to originally be a whatchamacallit. It was supposed to be I want to see how small it gets. I can still see it. It was supposed to be a Ready Go Gaming Show special, which is for the shorter companies, but Hudson's like a fucking massive legacy company. I can still see it. I can still see it. It's tiny. I want to see just one pixel of Come on. It's almost gone. Damn. I love that. Alright, let's get back to what we're doing. I gotta make sure I turn back on like literally everything. So thank you everybody who participated in that. it took me a long time to get that done, and there was a point where I was like thinking maybe I should just sunset the project, but so many people have been there helping me through that I didn't want to. I didn't want to get rid of it because that would be tragic, you know. We have so much stuff planned, and then I get this hair up my ass that I want to focus creatively on something else. I might not do a season 3 of Ready Go Gaming Show, but I still want to, I don't know. It really depends on how it's received on YouTube. I don't really care about numbers. I've never really cared about numbers. So that's not an issue, but alright, what do we have? What do we have that's open right now? Open DLC, open revenge. Okay. So revenge is on, demand a DLC is on. That's closed. I want to make sure that everything is working for y'all. By the way, February 14th, that's when the project's going to reopen and we can do other things. We can do everything that we used to. All right, let's turn on this overlay, turn on this browser, stream loots. Oh, thank God. Wait, stream loots wasn't on, whatever. All right, everything should be back on. Let's see if sound files are back on.
Bend over, you
They are.
must, for I must bust a nut. Ready? Okay, here we go.
Thanks for hanging out, Tess. I appreciate that. You're a sweetheart. Okay, let's get back to this game. That's what we're doing. Back to business. Normal ops. What about Sebastian's Cyclone Plant Zone? That's a nice place. So I'm not big on games that make me read dialogue, but we'll see. Really? I don't remember that. This is a ROM hack created by Chase and Scooter, who is in the chat right now, and I believe that Daiso Divan had something to do with that as well. Hey, wait. Your ass is grass if you don't tell me what's going on. We had a complaint about an incident in the zone involving you. Just to clear things up for our records, we need your statement. Could have started there and said that bullcrap, you know? Well, technically... Yeah, shut up, don't make this worse. Would you mind just making a statement for us just so there's no issues? I guess there's a show at work now after you coppers tried to bag me several times in the past. Guess you could say that. What sound effects are there? I like the animation though. Chase directed it. I handled quite a few of the effects mechanics. Even Guy made levels, and Jamie did a tiny bit of the artwork, including Salute, Yoshi! I am sitting up straight. Now I am. Pain in the ass owner screwed up and made it worse. Not to mention the bastard charged me more than what we agreed on. Gave the shop a pretty review on Moogle though. After inspecting the bike further, it turned out there was only a slight error on one of the wheels, one even I could fix. Company change? Did the card pop up? Did it Q then move to R? Alright, let me just double check and make sure that went through so that it gets taken out. For rare? Oh, Jesus Christ. You're an asshole. Do you know how much Battletoads is coming our way? Jesus Christ! Ah, dude, I gotta play Battletoads now. At least we'll play Snake, Rattle, and Roll. That'll be a better one, right? Alright, activity feed. Shift the card. Alright, Q, R. That works. Alright, conquering companies. We're gonna go ahead and make sure that this gets accurately pulled. That's a shame. You're gonna miss Street Fighter 1, you know, the great game. That great, wonderful game. What is this? Bests. Eventually, I'm going to move this over to its own little spreadsheet. Crickle, crackle. Something broke. I don't know what broke, but something happened. Did you see my face? I was like, oh, what the fuck was that? Conker's Bad Fur Day? Yeah. Yeah. There's going to be some good ones. Alright. Let me go ahead and I'm not ignoring y'all, but we gotta build this, because if I don't, I never will, so. Rare Co-Limited. That means I gotta play Nuts and Bolts, too. I've already beaten Jet Force Gemini. The game is dead to me. Fucking piece of shit. Yeah, it'll keep us from an RPG thing. Alright, so we start off with 1984. And I'm not gonna... I'll check the systems after the case, so that way we're not sitting on this particular screen all night. But we'll type out names of games, and if I'll play them, or if we're gonna parlay them, or if it's an ROR violation, stuff like that. Give you an idea of how this is gonna go down, right? Hello, copy, paste. Tell me how to live my life. Alright, they only had one game in 1984, and that is Marble Madness. Marble Madness is that, the damn marble game. It is the first in the Marble Madness franchise. And what did Rare do? They probably did the NES version. Yep. NES. They did the NES. Then we moved to 1985 with... Oh no. Silent Service! Silent Service being a submarine simulator. It's actually funny because one of the people mentioned this. Alright, this is probably NES as well. Most of the Rare games are on NES. Yep, NES. This is a franchise. And I believe this to be the first one in there. It is. Okay, good. So we don't have to worry about that. Then we hop to 1986. Man, Hudson really had... They were popping some shit out. Look at this. One game a year. Slalom. Slalom is a... That's NES, and it's going to be... It's a standalone. It's a sports game, so I don't know how far we're going to get with that. Hudson was fucking, because look at this. 1987. And we've got Quarterback, which I'm pretty sure I've played this. No, I haven't. John Elway's Quarterback. Yay. That's going to be on NES. And that is also the only game in that series. Then we've got a few more. One of my favorite games ever. I didn't realize Rare had anything to do with this. Sid Meier's Pirates, which is on the NES, I'm assuming. I've actually beaten every game in this franchise, so yeah, it's on the NES. Which we've already cleared, and this is beat. I'm not going to play it again unless y'all specifically ask for it. That's a really good game. And then we got, fuck off, are you serious? Great! California Games on the NES, which is part of the Epix Games line. That's going to be an ROR violation and a parlay plus 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 games. Jesus Christ. And they're all going to suck. That's the best part of that. They're all going to suck. Then we have... This is exciting. Wizards and Warriors. Again, this is probably going to be on the NES because it was only released on the NES, I think. Yeah. It's an Acclaim game. Wizards and Warriors has a few series. This is the first one, so no violation there. W and W. Rules of release is where I play games in the order of their release so that we can analyze how the franchise has evolved through time. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm gonna fucking nuke you. I'm gonna send a tactical nuke over to your house because the games that I'm having to play right now are gonna piss me off. Double Dare is okay. Double Dare is all right. Then we got Hollywood Squares. Good old-fashioned Hollywood Squares, which has its own franchise. This is also, believe it or not. No, so this is the same one. Okay. Hollywood Squares. Then we've got Pinbot. I think this was the one that was on one of the competition cards way back in the day on the NES. It's a standalone. Then we have RC Pro-Am, which I find to be trash. RC Pro-Am. No. Did I beat this or did I fuck this off? If it got fucked off, we're gonna check it out. But I'm pretty sure I fucked it off because I was on like the final part of it and it was just pissing me off. I thought I played this. Were there any other games that were RC cars? Was it on the Genesis I played it? I thought I played it before. Wasn't Micro Machines. I had no Micro Machines. Well, there's only one way to find out. I'll have to look it up and maybe it was on the Super Nintendo. I don't know. I'll double check. If I pop in the emulator, I don't want to fuck up the game that we got right now, but if I pop in the emulator and I load the state and it's on that part, then that's where we were at. But RC Pro-Am is what it is. It's a shitty game in my opinion. Part of the RCC/RCPM, RCPA. It was Deck 9. I don't know. I'm not going to consider radio control. We're just going to RCPA. RC Pro-Am. Then we've got Jeopardy. It's actually going to be fun for us, right? Jeopardy on the NES, part of the Jeopardy line. That might be Rules of Release. I don't know if they ever did a previous one. Alright, so that's the ROR violation. We'll do Parlay +3. 3 Jeopardy games, just to get to that one. G means God tier. Means the best of the best. Alright, Wheel of Fortune, which again is a good one. I don't mind that one. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so that's NES. Wheel of Fortune. Yes, this is true. RR violation, Parlay plus 1, 2, 3. Yeah, Parlay +3. G does not mean Gex. Alright, so Anticipation, I've actually already beaten that. No point to play that one again. Trivial Pursuit bullshit. Yeah, well, it was Game Tech that wanted it. Alright, one of my least favorite sports games ever, Jordan versus Bird. Which I think is the only time that happened. Yep, sure is. Then we're at 1989. Boop, boop. Motherfucker. The shit that I'm seeing. Oh my god. 1989 is going to be that year, guys. It's going to be that year. Alright, we got Ivan, Iron Man, Stewart's Super Off-Road on the NES. And this is part of the Off-Road series. But this is the first one, so I'm not worried about it. Off-Road. Also need to insert a thing here. 1889. Next up, Wizards and Warriors. The Ultimate Warrior. Oh my god. I'm just gonna call this Wizard and Warrior W versus WVW. It's the Ultimate Warrior versus the Evil Wizard, which is a really stupid name for a game. Also, this was on dedicated handheld, so I don't play LED games. We're going to skip that. Or LCD games, whatever they're called. That's Tiger Electronics. I don't want anything to do with that. So what do we play instead? Sesame Street 1, 2, 3! PC Booter, so back in the early days of computing, there was a game on a disc, and you would essentially boot the disc by hitting power. That's what it was. It was just a floppy disk that was red as the game started, if that makes sense. You know how we boot from BIOS or we can boot from a USB stick? It's that version of that. Alright, Sesame Street licenses. How many shitty... Oh my god! Holy fuck! Okay, cool. Alright, here we go. NES, Sesame Street. It's an ROR violation. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. What keeps falling down? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Parlay plus 22? Was that the camera that fell off? I felt something go crazy. Yeah, it was! Why is this not showing? Oh, is that the... Wait. Did you just play a card? Okay, so that must have been the card you played whenever it was freaking out. Webcam, deactivate, activate. Uh-oh, what's going on here? The fuck, bro? Alright, hold on. Be patient with me, guys. Wrong button. Nothing important? It's never important, is it? Okay, so Parlay plus 22 for that one educational game. Then we have Narc, which is part of Narc. Actually, I don't think Narc had any other games, did it? It did! Wow. Apparently they released one in 2005. I did play it, that's what I thought. I'm pretty sure that's fucked off. I'll try my best to play it again, but I wouldn't hold my breath. What's up, Nola? Thanks, I appreciate that. That's very kind of you. Alright, Narc. This is, on all. There's multiple ones of that. I think Narc was a rare game through and through. Nope. Was it? No, so it's only going to be NES on this one, too. Yep. NES. WWF WrestleMania. I'm pretty sure I played that. Yep, it's fucked off. Damn, Rare, you're not looking too good. It's part of WWF. I have no problem checking that one out again. Then we got Arch Rivals, one of the worst basketball games out there. $400 game, by the way. Then we got a game I can beat in 6 minutes, Taboo the Sixth Sense. It's NES. It's a standalone as well. One of the games that I messed up and said was easy, that's really hard, Cobra Triangle on the NES. Sesame Street ABC, NES. Who Framed Roger Rabbit? Who Framed Roger Rabbit? So this is weird on a technicality because in Japan, Roger Rabbit was the other version of Bugs Bunny Crazy Castle. So I think for that particular game, I'm just going to stick with Crazy Castle as Bugs Bunny and Looney Tunes, so it makes more sense. Who Framed Roger Rabbit? That's an ROR violation. Actually, no, I think I played the first one and it was so broken. Yeah, never mind. I remember playing it. It was broken. Jeopardy Jr. I don't mind Jeopardy. I think Jeopardy is really fun. Jeopardy Jr. Yep, that's fine. Wheel of Fortune Jr. That's gonna be that's fine. Okay. 1990. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Alright, snake, rattle, and roll. That's a big one, right? Snake, rattle, and... Did you know that there's a sequel to this known as Sneaky Snakes? It's part of Snake. Then we got Wizards and Warriors. Wizards and Warriors. X Fortress of Fear. Really? That's horrible. Interesting. Well, that's going to be an ROR violation. We got to play the Fabio Jump Simulator. Parlay, NES, W&W, Wizards and Warriors, Wheel of Fortune Family. One, two. So this is gonna be an ROR violation. These will be easy for us to take out though, so I'm not worried about it. We got Jeopardy 25. And that's going to be an ROR violation with a parlay +2. The Amazing Spooderman. Which is on the Game Boy, actually. Question is, how far in the Spider-Man franchise is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'll play it. Oh no! Did I fuck this off? Please tell me I fucked this off and I wanted nothing to do with it. I don't want to play that game again. Fuck that so hard. Yes, thank you. Solar Jetman is not fun in the slightest. I don't know why people think it is fun. NES is part of Jetman. But I gotta catch up. I gotta play 2 other games. Damn it. Alright, then we got Time Lord. Looks like a standalone. Nightmare on Elm Street, we've already beaten. That was a good one. That one actually wasn't that bad. We played that during our LGN thing. We're going to have to make sure that we're careful about LGN games, because if they are LGN, we're not going to be able to play them. However, for example, WWF WrestleMania Challenge, I can play the Japanese version, WWF. That is fucked off because it's horrible. But I'll parlay the Japanese version. Just want to fill out this thing so we don't mess up and miss something. Then we got a game I've heard of but I've never played. Digger T Rock Legend of the Lost City. NES. And it's a standalone. Then we go to 1991. There it is. Oh my god! Okay, cool. So that's, I don't have to play that, thankfully. Otherwise, there would have been 3 Battletoads games in that era. Danny Sullivan. What's up, boss? How are you? Sullivan's Indie Heat. Because I already have an active conquest on LGN, but we swapped the company, and I don't want to break that progress by jumping to a game that's ahead in the franchise. It makes sense. Alright, that's just an indie car game. We don't care about that. WWF Superstars. What's my next WWF game? WWF WrestleMania. So have I played this one? So this is a one game. Okay. I can do that. That'll catch us back up with WWF. But I need to see who made it. LJN and Hot B. We're going to play the Japanese. We're going to play the Japanese. Super Macho Man. Landy Savage. Beetlejuice. NES. That's Beetlejuice. An ROR violation, but there is one game I will play. It's called Adventures of Beetlejuice Skeletons in the Closet. Otherwise, we're not going to be playing Beetlejuice. Then we got Battle. Dude, this is going to be such a bad year for me. And it's an ROR violation. Apparently there's a Game Boy version before it. We got Sneaky Snakes on the Game Boy. It's part of Snake. High Speed. No. Not Good Boy points only happen through the extra stuff, right? So overrides, hacks, mods, stuff like that. You don't get Good Boy or Bad Boy points for projects. That's a standalone. Super RC Pro-Am. NES. Oh, is it? All right, so this is proper. Then we got another Battletoads. So this is the Game Boy one. And there's an arcade Battletoads. I don't think they had anything to do with that, though. So that's already captured by the earlier one. I'm not worried about that. Also, I'm not playing Super Glove Ball because that game requires the Power Glove, and there's no way I'm going to be able to A, emulate it, or B, get it to work. I guess we could just put it in here so we know it's there, but I don't think I'm going to be able to play it. Super Glove Ball, NES. It's going to be called Special because it's based on something else. Swear to God, if you make me buy a Power Glove over this, I'm going to jizz ropes. Pyrocid or fire ropes. 1992. 1992. God, did you make enough Pro-Am games? RC Pro-Am 2 on NES. It's part of RC Pro-Am. So I get to play 2 RC Pro-Am games back to back. Nice. Then we've got Beetlejuice on the Game Boy, which is an ROR violation with a no parlay. So that's going to be our first example of not being able to do it, because I'm not going to break LJN's formula for this. So that's one game we're going to miss out on. Then we got 1993 with Battletoads Double Dragon on the Game Boy and SNES. They only did 2 games in 93. That's interesting. They did the Game Boy, the Genesis, NES, and SNES. I might play the Jenny version of that. Battletoads. Yep, that works. Then we got Battletoads and Battle Maniacs, which is on the SNES. It was on other things too. They did the Sega Master System version. How do you go backwards in time? Well, they were picked up by Microsoft, that's why. (1994, 1994, 1994, 1994). Hello? 1994. This will be an interesting one. This is going to be DKC. This is a Holy Grail game. Blockbuster World Champion. World VG Champion. Ship 2. Holy Grail card on the SNES. We're not buying that one. That one's that's not something that we're gonna be able to get. And I don't think we can. Well, I mean, I played Donkey Kong Country before, so I think it's fine. Aren't we technically at Donkey Kong Country for it anyway? Yeah, so it's just one more game. It's the NES version of Donkey Kong Classic, so we should be fine. ROR violation with a parlay. Alright, we got a game called Monster Max, which is Game Boy, created by Titus, which is trash. This game was also never released in America. That's interesting. Probably means it's shit. Oh, because it is. Look at this. It's basically a ripoff of Solstice. Good job. Isometric games really came in clutch for fucking, yeah, no. Then we got Killer Instinct on the Super Nintendo and the arcade. I don't know if they did it in arcade. They did it in arcade, okay. So I'm going to tell you right now, I've already beaten the Super Nintendo version, but I'd be open to playing the arcade version. I've always wanted to. Donkey Kong Country, I've already beaten. DKC, it's not an RPG. On the SNES. I guess technically we could play the Game Boy Color version if y'all wanted. Donkey Kong Land. Yeah, let's play the Game Boy Color version. So that's Donkey Kong Land, I think is what it's called, or something like that. Then we got Battletoads in the arcade. This is EA's take on it. Yeah. I'd be open to it. You ever had a hernia? Yeah, I have a hiatal hernia that's never gone away. Oh, perfect. Donkey Kong Land. Okay, so I've run out of space. So this is good for tracking this. So the company has officially changed. We'll make sure that gets reflected here. Current project, conquering companies, considerations. Oh, I need to add what company is being hold on. I feel like this class, this stream is just a master class in how to use Excel documents. Served a higher purpose, yeah. Titus, I call him Shitus. They are Shitus. Does that son of a bitch complaining about a few swear words, detective? He might have. The dead could actually talk. He's what? He's dead. Did you not hear about this? It sounded like I knew. How the hell could I? We just want to get information about the last interactions with Sebastian, sir. Oh, I see. You think I killed him. Is that it? Seriously, sir, can you please tell us anything on your behalf? One thing I can say, that he's a sneaky bastard. However, I don't wish death on him or anybody. That fox being dead means I lost the business. You see why I'm a bit pissed? Something popped when I was coughing fit. I don't know if you can feel a hernia. I wish I could tell you more, but I have to get going to meet another client. Now, please, can you get yourselves the hell out of here? You know, so I can leave? Yes, sir. Thank you for your time, Mr. Robotnik. Here's my card if anything else you need to tell us. Oh, of course. Detectives. Doc said just push it in. What the fuck? Alright, what does she say? One more mistake and Ed would have chewed us out. Let's consider ourselves lucky that we're still alive. If the rumors are true. So here's the question, what happens if I die? About to find out. I keep forgetting that I'm playing Super Mario World and there's a lot of stuff I can do that I can't do in NES like this. Hopefully it wasn't too much of a hassle this time. We got everything we needed to know. You know something about the Egg King we don't? And his niece. My father's out. Uncle Wilson's letting me swim here. My uncle would rather I don't get into MQU's business. He doesn't like you guys very much. I wonder why. No problem. I appreciate the clarity. Thank you. Fuck you. Hello? Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, that's fine. Whatever. I'll take it. Do I lose coinage? What's the gimmick here? It's not one of those, thankfully. This is a story-based, just a story-based one. Okay, that is something that y'all need to do. Y'all need to fix the iframes. There are no iframes. There's selective iframes in this. That's not normal. Unless I'm stupid and Mario's always had those, but I'm pretty sure there's been situations where I've gotten out of, like, you know what I'm saying? So if there is a potential for damage... Get up there, thank you. Then again, I'm not as good at Mario as you, so... What do I know? I'm just a boy. Fuck's sake. Dirty bitch. Wish you luck. Investigation. We'll have it solved by the end of the day, thank you. Will we? Cointreau City. Don't name it after the alcohol? Alright, I need to see if we can get information from the autopsy. That's the final thing. I understand there's minigames, I don't care about them. I don't think we're quite done yet. What? Should have 3 clues, okay. What's up with the shy guys on the roof? Just breaking into neighbors' houses now. Is that you, Chase? Yeah. Is a problem, detective? Investigating the death of Sebastian Tails' power professor. Word spreads quick, it seems. He passed us by around midnight. He seemed miserable, so LMB. Guess you should have said something. The circle of life? There's nothing to be guilty of, my friend. Thank you for the information. Glad the proposal was a success, though. Glad I could help with that. Appreciate it. You can get back on the case, though. Good luck. Or can you feel the love tonight? Nice cat, bro. Tonight. I'm going into your basement. There better be nothing weird. Playing Doom in your basement, Scooter? You have a basement, brother? I want a basement. Your house is very clean. Good on you. I'm going into your poo-poo room. How dare you not allow me in your bathroom, Scooter? Is this your wife? Yeah.
Could you please tell Chase not to stay up past 4 a.m. making video games?
Sure. I'm not one to take such a minor case in, but I can forward it to him. You know anything about a recent murder? Alright, Sebastian, yeah, me and Chase saw him pass by at around midnight. Gave him a wave, but he just walked past us. Figured he was tired. Kind of rude, but what can you do in this city? I see, well, thank you for your time. You stream in my basement? Fucking lucky, dude. I would kill for a basement. To have a proper man cave, I would love that. But I have a room. Just a room. Who are you? Hey, the park detectives, you might want to strap up because it's been hostile lately. How does that Peter even expect to have a good business while those animals running around? Not to mention those prices are a ripoff. It's that bad, huh? Padrino Park. Y'all need to name it Paisano Park. What's up, Joe? How are you? Fucking course. Did you hear about the Reagan plane crash? No, I didn't. What about it? What the fuck is this? Oof. No. Fuck off! Dirty bitch. Padrino is wine? Oh, is that like Italian for wine? I only know Japanese. Kind of. I will say I've learned all the hiragana, so mad props. I'm starting to learn katakana. It's not bad, it's not easy though. Very different. And after that I'll start picking up on some kanjis. Motherfucker, stop. So unfair. It's fine. I gotta get good. What's on the roof here? Hey, it's a Resner, whatever his name is. Man, Fortizella Resner root beer sure sounds tasty right now. What the heck am I saying? I should be focusing on my case. Fortizella root beer? Fuck, stop! Salute! Far as Nova right now, but if you come by tomorrow, I'll be packed. Do you have any info on where Sebastian Pryor was in the past week?
You mean the Fox?
Yeah.
I saw him go to Sweetie Petey's the other day.
Sweetie Petey's? That strip club? Blackhawk collided with a regional jet going into DCA. We had an F-35 crash at Eielson Air Force Base yesterday.
You mean the Fox? I saw him go to Sweetie
Look at the
Petey's.
boobs on that one! Holy shit! I've never wanted to motorboat a never wanted to motorboat a Yoshi before. That's the only time I'll ever say that. You get to see Peach's Peaches? We might. Nah, Peach is a detective in this. Sweetie Peaties. What you doing out here, huh? Wow, that was perilous. No kidding, Liv. This is the final building to check out. The pipe over there takes us back to the left. Let's also not take it until after we're done investigating here. After we've closed the case, we should talk to Mayor Maple Munoz about renovating the park. Agreed. Would love to see the District Attorney Plum Cabot again as well. Been so long since we played golf together. Is this a strip club? Please be a strip club. Cherry pie, apple pie, cupcake. It's a bakery? Welcome to Sweet's Peaties, lads. I'm Peter Parkinson, and I'll be your service today. How can I help you? I have cakes, burritos filled with candy. Here's a popsicle made out of an apple. Thank you. We're here for investigative purposes. Oh no, the weed got caught up with me, didn't it? What? We don't care if you smoke, Mr. Parkinson. We're looking for some evidence about the death of Sebastian Tails Prower. We're just wondering if you knew anything about it. Actually, he was here last week. I gave him the double banana chocolate covered sundae, and he left a positive review about it. The Egg King will appreciate my business going smoothly considering the recent negotiations made to my place. Can't believe the poor lad is dead, though. I liked him. Your company's owned by the Egg King? Yes, that's what I said. We need to know more details on when he came in. Do you have a specific day or time he arrived, or I always keep tabs on each customer who comes in? Hold on. You and Pauline doing alright? It could be worse. We're struggling on the bills as of late. Yeah, I'm not doing much better. Captain really needs to give us a raise. I'm back. He was here on Tuesday, June 13th at around 4:25 p.m. Thank you for the specific date and time, sir. Is there anything else you could tell us about Sebastian? I don't know him very well, but he's been to my shop and vice versa. He seemed very nice. I recommended him to the Egg King when he was asking me about investing in other places.
That's great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. We'll definitely have to come by and try your delicious food outside these circumstances. Don't blame me. I make the best sweets in the business. Come by any time. It'll be on me. Chocolate cannoli. Alright, so we got all three of the evidences. Do you care if I smoke and toke? Not at all. I think that smoking a plant should be 100% universally legal, but that's just me. Sheesh, sewers are just gross, but anything beats going through that park again. I have a family to protect, for crying out loud. Hey, easy now, don't stress. I'm sorry for the overreaction, detectives. It's just my daughter really loves the park, but it's just been too dangerous lately. We've resulted in spending our weekends at the beach instead. I hate the ocean. I see. I have no words. Who are you? Thank the heavens for this shortcut back to the park entrance. Say, where's Bacardi Beach's shortcut? That's a good question. Would you happen to know about... Oh, come on, walking back from the Bacardi Beach isn't that bad, is it? We can all take the time to exercise and admire the environment. Olivia, are you holding up okay? Oh, sorry, I just don't know what came over me just now. Anyway, I'm not sure why there isn't a shortcut back there. They've already made it public? That's interesting. NTSB usually holds on to that for a little bit. Yummy. Alright, we got all the evidence. Is Miami? No, it's the Mushroom Kingdom. Yes. I tell you what, usually I'd be like, screw it, let's go in and do this, but you put a lot of effort into this game, so I'm gonna go ahead and play some of the games in the casino, just to check it out. I don't know if I have enough coins, but I'm not gonna go grind coins, but we'll still check them out. What the fuck? Shotgun Mario, bro. What's the point of this? Oh, is this a gimmick? Alright, we hit. Oh, shit. God, I'm so good at video games. Fuck! Fuck, man. The lack of music here is really unsettling. All that for life? Come on, man. Oh, I can shoot up! Isn't that crazy? Look at that. Contra shit going on here. I don't need it. I'm already maxed out. Great. Fuck yeah, murder, bro. Wave 1. Damn! Alright, this is what it is. Race to the finish. I got enough coins for that. Let's try that one. Maybe I'll do better. Oh my god. I'm so bad at Mario. You and your damn Kaizo shit. Motherfucker. What is this song from? This sounds very familiar. Good! Great! Yeah, I'm not doing anymore. I'm showing off my lackluster Mario skills here. But the good news is, unlike Riot, Twitch.tv, I can actually beat a Mario game, so I think I can get some leeway. Hey you, word on the street something happened to Power Residence last night. Tell you about 200 coins. Hi detective, what? No, wasn't selling information. Totally selling information. Maybe George Egad can handle it. Egad? Then my heart upon my sleeve like a big deal. Dodge the bullet? Yeah, no, I was like, I see the writing on the wall that I'm just gonna lose those.
I see. I see. Dr. Melinda is here to report about the autopsy.
What's she do? She got a big old schnoz. Any findings, Melinda? We have an update down at the morgue, and this will surprise you. Sebastian's alive. Whoa. This is when I was about to leave with a report of his blood alcohol content drug test. We were about to perform an autopsy when he woke up after coughing up a lot of water. You can check for life before you put him on the slab? That's malpractice, ma'am. Autopsy people are doctors, so yeah. Well, he's fucking trashed. 0.25.
Good luck with the case detectives.
Wow, wow. Sebastian's alive? Shockingly, yes. This is not a case we've dealt with before. He's at the clinic at the ICU right now. Did he get date raped? What the fuck? Oh my god, I'm gonna go see him right now. Wait just a minute there, buddy. We need to ask you some questions to finish this case up. Okay? So you claim the Dead King used your prescription to kill him, yet you confirmed that you had them put away. That's right, they were put away in the mirror. Records show no evidence of drugs in the system, plus nobody's fingerprints are on that capsule but yours. You see, there was no attempt at fabricating them. What's more, Sebastian put into pot... Because you both know the Egg King owns both businesses that were investigated. Mr. Botnick also made a change to his review on Moogle about Sebastian's Psycho Plant Zone. Turns out this bike was easily fixable after the security tape uncovered this supposed revenge scheme. There wasn't even a break-in at the crime scene that would suggest it was Egg King or anybody, really. Gotta ask, what are you trying to pull, Maurice? Alright, fine. I knew you guys were after that fat bastard, so when my buddy drowned, I figured I'd try to blackmail Egg King. Legitimately thought he did it, though just to make sure I left my drugs out with the cap opened. I had my gloves off, which was my first mistake. Your first mistake? Okay, I shouldn't have done a lot of those things. Please, you know in your hearts that Egg King deserves to rot in jail for all crime trafficking he's done. Besides, I have reason to believe he killed my guardian, the Donut Lord, Tom Wachowski. There's never been any hard evidence for that to be true, you do realize that, right? Plus, you never even mentioned when we investigated his murder, which ended up being a cold case. Yes, but the Egg King. Enough, Maurice Sonic Hedgehog. I'm afraid you're under arrest for fabricating physical evidence, frame up, and obstruction of justice. I mean, he didn't fabricate evidence. He just put it there. If I put a gun on the floor and they find it, that's not fabricating evidence. Frame up. Is it illegal to frame somebody? I don't think that's a crime either. Obstruction of justice is the actual only thing that would have stuck to him. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in court of law. You have the right to an attorney. If you can't afford an attorney, one will be provided for you. Do you understand the rights? Ah, you forgot the third one! Now you're gonna get sued! It's the right to remain silent, the right to attorney, and you gotta make sure you tell them that at any point they can stop questioning. That's the third thing. Until an attorney is present. No, sir, I understand. Alright, let's go. Say goodbye to your buddy, because you're not going to be seeing him for a long time. Can I, though? Nope, but you can send a postcard. Yeah, in about 30 years. 30 years for obstruction of justice? Holy shit. 15 years. There's no reason for him to be in jail. Obstruction of justice is like a 30-month stint, bro. Oh, you goofs. That's like saying 20 billion points from Gryffindor because somebody got a wedgie. It's not, no. Of course, Mother Mayhem was Salute Yoshi. Yeah, it's SVU. Somebody had to get butt stuff done to them. Alright, so we beat that. That wasn't bad. Wasn't bad at all. It reminds me a lot of more of like a Flash game that I would see. So there was this era of fucking games on Newgrounds where it was sprites. So this is before Dorkly and everything was making their little shorts. And it reminded me a lot of that. So let's see. What's the name of that? What is it? Super Mario World. Yeah, Dorkly. Trying to find it. There it is. It's like, what's the name of this damn thing? Law and Order, Mushroom Kingdom unit. Okay. Law and Order, Mushroom Kingdom unit. It's a hack. Have I played a hack? I haven't played any ROM hacks before. That's the first Super Nintendo ROM hack. Isn't that magical? And we beat it. Stop. I'll give that a. What would y'all rate that? Boom, 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 boom. Like these spreadsheets? Thanks. I use them extensively for everything. I like the story, but I would prefer more actual gameplay. As a proof of concept, that's cool. I'll give it an A minus. I'll give it an A minus. You get a minus because you tried to give someone 30 years for obstruction of justice, okay? That's what happens when you make up Mario statutes. That's what you get. 30 years. Alright, that goes on the best by technicality, which is awesome. Good on you. I'm just going to copy and paste. That's a long-ass game. It's a long-ass name for that game. And we'll give it an A minus. Sweet! Alright, so that opens back up our hacks. Hack that history is open here. Let me make sure it's on for y'all over here. That was a good one, man. I'm proud of you. I'm glad that y'all sat down and made something. That's not easy, right? It's not easy to do that, so mad props for that. I'm gonna go grab a snack real quick. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Just gonna get some food real quick. With that comes the attention to detail to notice everything that stands out during the time we play these games. One thing that tends to vary between titles across the board on different systems is their ability to maintain a near equivalent balance of art, story, game flow, controls, and most importantly, music. Imagine your favorite game, now strip it of the soundtrack. Would it still be your favorite game? To me, music is the glue that validates the experience that we have, and while I've done an episode talking about my top 10 NES soundtracks, I always wanted the potential to talk about more of the music on this classic system. So today I'm going to tell you about 10 more amazing soundtracks on the NES. Granted, some of these are relatively well known, and that's one thing I avoided in the first video, so you might see some games that you know, and I just wanted to put that out there. Don't be mad at me, I'm just a boy. I will say one of my biggest pet peeves is when channels make a video talking about how epic the music is and then proceed to talk over the music. So, I'll give you a little blurb about the game, then I'll shut up, because you're here for the tunes, not for me. Let's begin. Do you like adventure games? Do you like action games? Do you like shoot 'em ups? How about if we combine them? Sure, I hope it pans out. And for Compile, it did. Compile is one of those companies that found their niche and proceeded to pound out shooters like it was nobody's business. And many times these games aligned with a franchise known as Aleste. While Aleste alone had 10 unique entries, the Spriggan series and other spin-offs are related to it, such as Blazing Lasers, Gunnak, Xanac, Sorcerer Striker, or Sylphia. You'll see small references to the story that justify the thought process that they do belong to the Umbrella universe. Now, the music was composed by Masanori Miyamoto. He worked with Compile from 1985 and left around 1990, and the Guardian Legends soundtrack is considered one of his best works. Let's listen to a few tracks. Oftentimes considered the black sheep of the original trilogy, this game is special to me. I've mentioned before that I was a huge fan of the angry video game nerd. Most of us were and continue to be. He brought games to our attention and did so with a humor that fit the bill for what we liked. But I always had this nagging feeling that sometimes he was being unnecessarily mean to the games for comedic effect. And that was none the more obvious than with Castlevania 2. Now, I'm not saying there weren't some really subpar design choices, and I'm definitely not saying it was translated correctly nor effectively for American audiences, but on face value, the game is fun, and I do suggest people check it out. Here's some of my favorite songs from it. In my previous episode, I avoided mentioning games that had only a few soundtracks, and because of that, we had an inherent lack of some of the most popular games on the NES. I just felt that from an editorial standpoint, that if a game had 10 songs, and 4 of them were jingles, and 2 of them were established theme songs, that it wouldn't be wise to discuss it. With this being an offshoot, I don't mind going back and bringing the phenomenal works of Koji Kondo back to your memory banks one more time. I'm certain it won't be the last. Okay. Alright, so technically it's Wildcard Wednesday. We did play our little bit of a catch-up because yesterday we were supposed to do the rom-hack. So I'm going to put up a vote for what we do. Without a hack, it's project, overrides, and yeah, cool. Let's go ahead and put up a poll. What to play? We have Rare. We have Great Greed. And we have StarCraft 2. Zerg campaign. Alright, go ahead and vote to your heart's content. You get 1. Make sure you make it count. If you're on YouTube and watching this, you can just say RPG project or, whatever. What's up, Coolahan? How are you? Welcome to the chat. Glad to have you here. Vote 2, vote 0, vote 0. So it looks like we're going to be starting Rare tonight. I will say there's something going on with most of my Nintendo systems right now, so I may see about playing some games on true hardware for the NES, but I'm going to be pissed if I make it halfway through Battletoads and the game glitches out because my NES is a piece of shit. That's the way I see it, so we'll probably emulate for a little bit. I know I'm probably going to need save states for Battletoads, so we'll see. Is one of the hardest games on the console. So I got 2 votes for Rare, 1 vote for StarCraft 2's Zerg campaign. Yeah, but I mean it's one of those things where I know people are gonna be like, "Hey, you didn't fucking do it on true hardware, you piece of shit! You can't say you beat it." Trash like that. See, you're the way that you are, Zordon, because you played Battletoads as a kid. You bitter old man. I guess I'm the way I am because I played Superman 64, so I guess it's a common ground, Alright, I'll wait till the end of the song for anybody else to vote. We have 13 beautiful souls in here. For the people on YouTube, you can vote between Rare, Great Greed, or StarCraft. You can just type it. I can't bring the exclamation vote poll over to y'all, so. Yeah, dude, I rented Superman 64 proudly, bro. Like, I read the manual and everything. I was super stoked to play it, and then I heard Lex Luthor laugh, and I was like, you piece of shit. Horrible game. Absolutely dreadful. Alright, the winner is Rare. So we're going to be playing some Rare games. You ready? Hello? Play the song, bro. Would Dr. J vs. Bird be 1-4 because it's one of the one-on-one games? No, actually. They're actually not related, believe it or not. It's just the name of the pickup game is one-on-one. Alright, so this is going to be the original Rare right here. You know what? I like their Rare logo from here, so we'll use this one. Boing. Yeah, I don't think you can. It's like saying I have a monopoly on the word 2-on-2. It's like, no, you can't do that. Rare. You can see me through the blue. Isn't that magical? Look at that. It's beautiful. All right, let's get into the buffoonery because we know it's coming. First game is going to be Marble Madness. This is on, let me go ahead and pull this over here so you can see what I'm looking for. By the way, for anybody who doesn't know, when I'm doing these things, I'm using what's called Moby Games. Moby Games is a great, I guess, repository of information for these games that have been curated and for our informative purposes, which is awesome. This game was released on the arcade, but Rare did the NES version. Now, I don't own this. This is supposedly a game you can beat in one sitting. Like, literally on my shortest NES episodes, fairly consistently, people are like, you're stupid. Play this. Let's see, where's this at? You're stupid, this is easy, da-da-da. Alright, we want... Where's my just regular NES? There it is. FCM. Where's... Load content. Okay. I'm just gonna open this up again so that I can turn off the threaded thing. Every time I see JB Harold Murder Club, I want to punch a baby. That game irritated the fuck out of me. Holy cow. That was such a bad game. I mean, it wasn't like bad in the sense of this is bad, but it's pissed me off. Marble Madness. Marble M-A-R. How do I not have Marble Madness? That seems like a very... like a game that I would have on here. Oh, because I'm in SNES. That makes sense. I was like, there's... why? Makes no sense. I'd punch a baby dolphin too. Fuck those kids. Alright, Marble Madness. Here we go. This is our first one. The Journey into Rare. And it's a Milton Bradley game by Tengen. Who knows what Tengen is? Is there no music for this? Awesome. Oh no. The Black Darts? It's Atari! There we go. Okay, so it looks like I just have a go fast button and a move button. Yay. Beginner race? Okay, here we go. Is my marble sentient and that's why it's like getting all dizzy? What the fuck? Does that mean it... I'm assuming there's fall damage. Shit. It's got good music. Fuck! Oh, okay. Great depth perception. This is why I fucking hate isometric games so much, dude. Oh my god, stop! Jesus Christ, man. Irritating. I don't have the depth perception for this. Everything just looks like blocks. Brother, please. I'm just a boy. Acid pools? Oh, fuck you, grow up. There's like no control over the fucking marbles, bro. Jesus Christ.
Bend over you must, for I must bust a nut. Ready?
Well, now I'm screwed, man.
Go.
Oh, thanks. Finally, you give me the momentum to do it. I don't know if we can beat this now. Aerial race? The word aerial should never be involved in isometric. Fuck. Oh, now there's things blowing me. Stop! God, oh God. Whoa. Illegal. Illegal! 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 Stop! Fuck you! Hello? Where am I supposed to go? Where the fuck am I supposed to go, man? Apparently Ass Man's a high roller, though. Ass. Does 45 degrees change anything? Is it 45 degrees in what? Oh God, dude, this is so disgusting. Ew, ew, ew! I don't like it! There's a way to beat this game. There is an ending, so there's not like this is a high score game. Why am I dying from falling? Grow up! Alright, 45 degrees is what you do if you're a dick. We gotta do 90 degrees. You knew this was gonna be entertaining? Listen, I'm just a boy. It's not a bad game, it's just I feel like it controls like dog shit sometimes. Don't eat me. Strats. Hello! That's what we're doing. Tilty games with less control, exactly. Plus it doesn't help I'm not using a... What was that about? Why did I get hit by pixie dust? What? Well, that's grossly unfair. That's grossly unfair. That's grossly unfair. Just shit me off. No, it's illegal. The song sucks too. What do you mean I can't jump that? Brother. Think it makes you stronger, harder, or should harder or slippier? What's up, Master Breadman? How are you? So in a perfect world, I'd be on the other side. Stop sucking. Oh, it's a vacuum. I thought it was a blower. Oh my god, stop. Oh my god, stop. Okay, so in a perfect world, I should go... Oh my god, I can't see it! Brother with an umlaut. Oh, again, isometric does not work. Like, half the things that look like road aren't. What the fuck are those supposed to be? Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Time to finish the silly race. Everything you know is wrong. I don't know if it's trying to tell me. Is this subliminal programming? Can you not? What the fuck is going on here?
Oh, you almost had it. You gotta be quicker than that.
Jeez. This game is something else. What happened to Ass Man? Ass Man didn't get to stay? Rigged! Rigged. He kind of needs to go fast and then slow down. Yeah, right? I think I might use save states just so we can, because this game's gonna make me pull my hair out. Yeah, that's what you get, murderous scum. Oh, I can go down that for maybe some quicker returns on investment. Nah, this is a great game. It's a very novelty game too for what it is. When it wants to stop being an asshole. The Rizzler. 4 big booms. Boom, 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 boom. Jesus Christ. And it takes so long for the death sequence to kick off. Hello? Lower the platform. Lower the platform. Oh my god, stop it. The dad is a wrestler, is he? Damn, sorry to hear your dad died. Because 4 big booms. Boom, 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 boom. Hell yeah. Okay, stop. You just took time away from me, and for what? I don't feel like there's a... Oh, you know what? I probably have to go through the top. That's like the only way we're gonna dodge that. Oh man, I thought I had the strats. What the fuck, game? I don't like the controls in this at all. Think one of the buttons break, does it? What's up, Marauder? You love this game? You're lying. You're lying. A lot of people like this game. I see this talked about all the time on my channel. What the fuck? Chill! Like, I feel like it just zooms in whatever direction it wants to. Is it giving me a bonus? So it's giving me... Okay, the lack of depth in this game is really pissing me off. How do you expect me to... Like, it looks like things are walls when they're not. That looked like a fucking wall, like a drop. Like, you don't know what's what and... Oh my god, stop. Well, we're not gonna make it far in the silly stage. Play more isometric games? No! I don't want to, they're shit! Everything you know is wrong, is it? The controls in this game are fucking horrible. Wow, man. I might. I don't want to. Jesus. I don't know. I wonder how many stages there are. Supposedly this is a really short game. Alright, that's perfect.
Crush my clock with a rock, I must. Maximum pain I must endure. Okay, here we go.
Okay, how come I hit him before and he died and now he's not? Where's the continuity? There's not even a way for me to know that that's gonna go that... Fuck you! God bless! There's 6 levels? Seriously? That's it? Wow. I don't like this. I don't think it's a good game. Oh good, we broke. Damn, what a shame. This is a great game. You're a great game. You're an idiot! You don't know anything! This is the best game ever! Oh my god, who raised you? Were you in an orphanage? Fuck you! Are you on Medicaid? You know, that kind of dumb shit, right? Why? I mean, I'm not gonna give it like a... It's not like one of the worst on the platform. It's not. This is just... It's one of those games where the controls are weird because probably in the arcades it was a 45-degree stick, which is probably why they let us choose 45 degrees in these in this game. How the fuck did I make that jump, but you won't let me just jump over a gentle gap? Yo, strats. This song is butt cancer. Loved messing up and figuring out the path. So bad. I love how I have zero control of it when it's going down the skinny. That's cool. Yo, he abducted me! I'm getting a... butt cancer. That's what it is. Alright, so can I turn sharp? Nope, you're just gonna make me launch down that thing. Oh my god. Oh! No! Stop it! Hello? 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 It's hurting my brain, bro. Try playing this with an original NES controller. I mean, to some capacity I am. It's a Super Nintendo controller, so it's not really that different. My god, man. This game is just rage bait. That's all it is. It's just rage bait. Fan art from Sloot Yoshi. In before you start getting Rule 34 of Sloot Yoshi. Sloot Yoshi. Sloot Yoshi. Rule 34 marbles. It's just I don't like the controls on this. I don't one bit. And I don't like the physics either. The physics make no fucking sense. I'm sure it does. Again, it's a matter of perspective. Like, I can't see. I got these assholes to worry about. Whoa, fuck! So to avoid... Just kidding. Did I just get time by killing? Hey, see, this is what this game is pissing me off about. Let me up there, bro! Oh. Hello? Why are there pterodactyls? You... Then don't make it seem like I could get over there, you shithole game! Are you serious? So you let me kill pterodactyls, but not squid... Oh, it's an MC Escher stage. That's cool, I guess. So do I get time by killing the things? Because I need all of those seconds, but I'm probably going to use half of those. It's like, it's Sisyphus the game, right? Or whatever his name is. Roll up a hill, then you roll down because the controls are just god-awful. Was it on the Game Boy first? I bet it controls better on the Game Boy too. I got 6 extra seconds there. Okay, I'm trying to push the go fast button, but... Eat my ass. Fuck! My brain doesn't work this way. Fuck! Sisyphus. Sisyphus, not syphilis. Ah! And how do we get to that other one, huh? Do I just go back into it? So how does one get to the other one? Rigged ass game. Oh my god! Shit! It's the ball's just going wherever the fuck it wants to. What the hell? Literally pushing the go fast button doesn't work because of... Good. Good! Good! Fucking trash. Oh my god, I thought that was a wall! What is anything?
Crush my clock with a rock, I must. Maximum pain I must endure. Okay, here we go.
The ultimate race? I'm not gonna have time to finish this shit. Hey, crazy fact. Why don't you just reset my time and stop making this like the arcade game? What's the point if you're just gonna screw me over? You get more time by finishing it quicker, or squishing enemies in that one little stage. But good luck, because there's acid everywhere. I'm gonna fall off there. This is really stupid and I don't like it one bit. Go up, go up. Well, you went too far up. Fuck's sake, man. I don't think I'm gonna have enough time. So you gotta play a perfect game for this to work. The game refuses to go where you want it to go. It's very frustrating. Holy shit, is it frustrating. What are you doing? Why? Hello? This is so stupid, man. Yeah, I don't want to see speedrunners do it. This dumb fucking game. Hello, can you go where I want you to? Or just do whatever the fuck you want. That's cool too. Yeah, that's great. Keep doing that. Excuse me? What? Cool, spawn trap. Love to see it. So you lose. This game sucks. Go down. Okay. Might be able to do this. If the game doesn't fuck me. Which it probably will. Cool. Crazy thought, game. How about you don't make it fucking isometric? So I have to do this perfectly. Pause. Oh, good. 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 Well, now I'm fucked. All because of a bad save state. And the fact that you can't stop any momentum, but it's not like you have any momentum because you can't go up the fucking hill! And then you hit imaginary boundaries on the wall. That's always a great sign. This game is butthole. Absolute butthole. It infuriates me that it exists. Good job, Rare. Fuck's sake. Yeah, none of the buttons break. They don't do shit. Come on, man! You're just getting bullied non-stop by bullshit. Stupid. People love this game. People could suck my dick. Yeah, how do you expect me to turn that quick on the corridor? You can't. There's no way to control it. Fucking worst controls in a video game I've ever had to deal with that involve balls. Good luck! I don't even know how I got dizzied there. Because, you know, games gotta have fall damage, right? It's just a marble. I've thrown marbles at brick walls before and they haven't broken, but God forbid this one crystal marble is the... There's no way to do it. There's no fucking way. The ball doesn't want to gain any momentum. And you push the button to make the ball go fast, it just does whatever the fuck it wants. Go! Fuck, bro! That, and I doubt I have enough time to do it. You probably need at least 20 seconds to navigate this donkey shit thing. Oh, I believe it. It's probably better on the arcades, too. To be fair, this was the first ever game from Hudson. Or not Hudson, from Rare, so... Please, I'm begging you, just go the direction I want you to go. Just go, man! Jeff, this game blows, bro. I bet it was better in the arcades, but fuck me, man. Hello? I made it! And then it's like, nah, fam, get through the ramp. Not that it matters, I'm not gonna have enough time. I might make it by the cusp of my butt crack. Fuck. Fuck! Oh my god. Please, I'm begging you, just go where I want you to go, please. Alright, we got 8 seconds to rock and roll with this. Okay, here's the fucking problem. Did I just beat it? That better be it. I'm done. Holy shit! I want to see a speedrunner do this.
Progress!
Where's that music coming from? Is that one of you? Oh, it's the Club Penguin dance. Also, why isn't the whale working? The whale should work. I was so confused. I didn't know what that was. Alright, so why isn't the whale working? Channel point redeems. Why wouldn't the whale work? Well, there's the whale. There it goes. Because I keep all of my alerts on a separate screen. Makes it easier. Yeah, I don't have any idea why the whale isn't working right now. Why is the whale not working? Okay, hotkey triggers, button executed, alerts, whale, okay. Does it turn on the whale and turn off the whale? Or is the whale on? I'm very confused.
Who's that Pokemon?
Oh yeah, embedded scenes.
It's
My purse!
Alright, so that goes... I gotta check these real quick. So it makes it visible, then makes it invisible. I don't know why that's broken.
My purse!
Why isn't... Is Concept working? Wow. Concept's working. What's up, Ultima? How are you? Alright, Whale is the only one that just doesn't want to work right now. He's gone. He's fucked off for the day. Hey, I beat this game. Wow!
Get in, losers. We're seizing the means of production.
Alright, what are we rating this? What are we rating, Marble Madness? G? I can't give it a G. I don't think it's not that great. I think B is good. A minus would be pretty close too. It's very short, so I feel like you can learn it and you can beat it. Personally, it's always an A. I'll give it a B plus. Give it a B plus. It's part of the Marble Madness line. And I think our next game for Marble Madness is, because I know that there's a few, is the Marble Madness construction set. Boy, look how fun that looks. I'm really missing out. Let's see. Marble Madness, Marble Madness, Marble Madness. Oh, thank you so much for that raid. I appreciate it. It's 942. We're taking forward. Respond to that raid alarm.
Oh, fuck.
I don't even know who did it. There's so many alerts going on right now. From Topher A Plays. Is it Topher A Plays or something else? You're going to have to educate me.
I can't believe you've done this.
What's up, everybody? Marble Madness just kicked the shit out of me. That game was... I was a fucking fiend. Anyway, what's up, everybody? My name is Fortifier. I'm a retro variety streamer. I play a bunch of games from the 70s all the way to now, always on True Hardware. And today we're checking out Rare. We're actually going through all of Rare's library that we can reasonably. We've done a few things today. I released the Ready Go Gaming show about Ubisoft, which is an hour-long documentary, and we sat down and we watched it. And then, oh shit, Upside Down Matt's here too! What the fuck?
So basically,
What up, Matt?
I can't believe you've done this.
Oh my god. This is Lab 42. We're taking forward. Respond that rain alarm from Upside Down Matt. Stand by.
So basically, what I was thinking was, oh fuck, I can't believe you've done this. So basically, what I was thinking was, oh fuck, I can't believe you've done this.
Jesus, everybody's coming in tonight. Is Marble Madness that impressive? I don't think it is. What's up, everybody? My name is Fortifier. I'm a retro variety streamer. I play a bunch of games from the 70s all the way to now, always on True Hardware when I can. Right now we're going through Rare, right? So we're going through Rare. Rare obviously made Banjo-Kazooie and Diddy Kong Racing and Battletoads. That's what I'm not looking forward to. There's like 800 things of Battletoads, all of which are harder than Jared Fogle at Disney World. And they're not fun. Not fun at all. But we're going to play them. We're going to check them out anyway. Thank you so much for all those follows. If you haven't noticed, all my follow alerts are anonymous. And I do that because of Power of the People, right? That they're the lurkers. Lurkers are the lifeblood of what we do every single day on this platform. So, yeah. Actually, that joke had another version, but it pissed off my wife. It was supposed to be a Catholic priest, but my very, very in-depth Catholic wife did not like that very much, so I changed it to Jared Fogle for one of the videos that I worked on. If you're new here, feel free to follow, and I appreciate everybody who did follow. This is just a chill-out vibe area where we love to remember life when it was a little bit easier to live. That's the whole point of what I do here. I own 70 consoles, so you never know what you're going to see, but right now we are focusing on Rare, so hopefully you'll remember a few of the games that we're playing. We did get 2 raids, which is insane. I'm waiting for Jared to pop in with 8 trillion people, and Jesus. Get rated like Altar Boy's trousers. See, me and you are going to get along just fine. We're getting along just fine. Topher, what were you getting into? And Matt, what were you getting into? Thank you so much for trusting me with your communities, respectively. I appreciate that tremendously. Appreciate that tremendously. By the way, I may be a YouTube, or maybe a Twitch affiliate, but I'm a YouTube partner. So feel free to check that out. We just passed a major milestone of 8,000 subscribers. We're projected for like 10,000 within the next 3 months. We've been growing pretty quickly. And I just make a bunch of 10 lists, a bunch of bunch of things about video game history, trying to remember what I consider to be a lost art, because we are losing knowledge of those earlier era of gaming, if it makes sense. Also, I have borderline personality disorder, so I have a mini stroke every other sentence, so don't get too mad at me, alright? I'm just a boy. Alright? We're gonna play the theme song real quick, and we're gonna go ahead and get back into this. So we just beat Marble Madness. We have this thing, a little game that we play, where if we emulate a game, we guess how expensive it is. And if you get it right, it's like Price is Right rules, you get 0.2 good boy points. We were playing the Chromatic. What's the Chromatic? So, I'm going to guess that this game is like $10 tops. It's like $47, $24. Who's going to be the closest? Like PCFX? Fexy, PCFX is nothing but porn, okay? I own one, but I don't own a single game for it. Not a single one. It's all porn. Japanese people love their porn. That was like the coolest part about going to Japan, was like, you'd go to Don Quixote, right? And you'd walk in and you'd take a shit on the 3rd floor because that's where the restroom was. And then you get your snack and you go outside, and directly across the street is like a church, and directly to the right of that church is a porn store. Japanese are insane, and I love it. It's great. 928, 20, 25, 350, 23. Chromatic is a 1-to-1, so it's a new make of the Game Boy Color. Damn, now I gotta see this. Hold on. Chromatic Game Boy. Is it this one? So I have the Analog Pocket. That's what I prefer to use. Buy it at GameStop for $200. Probably more worth it than the fucking... It can survive tires? I haven't seen that since Uncle Rico tried to prove it with his Tupperware.
You must, for I must bust a nut. Ready? Okay.
The only pixel accurate display. I mean, I don't even know where my Analog Pocket went. I like my Analog Pocket. It just sucks that people scalp it. Are people scalping this yet? After he said he could throw a ball over the mountains, well, it was true. He could have been something, but he wasn't. All right, let's go ahead and look it up, see how much this costs, and we'll move on to the next game, which I think is Slalom, one of the original first 30 NES games, by the way. All right, $10 is what it's looking like. $10. Yeah, I would buy that. $10. All right, who was closest to 10? We got a 928. I'm surprised nobody whipped out the $1, Bob. People do try to scalp everything. I remember, so right off the bat, the analog, everything analog is already overpriced. For an FPGA thing, you're just paying for the ability to play those older games. And it really pisses me off that people scalp it. Like, $300 for the Analog Pocket, and you go to the website, and then it's $500 because at some point, I don't know when it was, but some point after COVID, people decided to start becoming venture capitalists, and they find worth in the most asinine things. And they think that turning a $200 profit twice is going to make them the next fucking Bill Gates, and it's really stupid. Pisses me off. But I would rather have the true hardware anyway than have to worry about that. All right, let's see. Who got it? Coolahan! Hopefully I pronounced that right. Coolahan. You're going to get yourself some good boy points.
Oh, fuck.
Good boy points, you get 5 of them. You can request a game that becomes a mandatory play. That's one of the cooler things that we do around here. Alright. Coolahan. Got yourself 0.2. Coolahan. There it is. Okay. I might have to write that down because I'm kind of fucking stupid and I'll forget it. Okay. Recently we were playing Hudson Soft games, and a lot of those games started off on the Sharp X1, so we had a lot of time to check out all of these games that otherwise I wouldn't check out, like Commodore 64 and MSX, stuff like that. Have you ever checked out the Pico 8? That little virtual emulator thing with its own unique line of sleeper hits like Celeste, the original Celeste? Just think Dullahan with a K. Dullahan? Who the fuck's Dullahan? I don't know who Dullahan is. Alright, I don't own Slalom. Excuse me. Sorry, I wanted to breathe, so I had to... Nope, it's Silent Service. I was choking on water there, so that probably sounded gross. Alright, silent service. It's a creature, you skyphant. What's a skyphant? Is that one of those Odysseus things? Did you finish that JB Garfield game? JB Harold? Murder Club? JB Harold Murder Club? Yeah, I beat it. That was hell, Fexy. That game was horrible. I love the TurboGrafx 16 for what it is, but that was horrible. And for a game that I have to pay $700 to do, that's pretty irritating. Alright, Silent Service. This is one of those well-known Submariner games. If I can find it. Silent Service. Microprose. So this is already going to be a decent simulation. I have mad respect for Microprose because they did a lot of shit. This is Ultra. For anybody who doesn't know about Konami's history, Ultra is one of the shadow companies for for Konami. Back in the day, Nintendo had this rule where you could only release about 3 to 4 games from your company. It was part of their seal of quality bullshit, right? More so they could keep exclusives on their console. Other companies said fuck that and then made shadow companies. Konami had 2, one of which was known as whatchamacallit, Ultra Games. The other one was known as Palcom. So if you ever see Palcom games, just know it's Konami. Well, gotta go. Work summons my attention. Blackout, thank you so much for swinging by on that raid tonight. I appreciate the hell out of you. You're more than welcome to stop by. I stream every day from Sunday to Friday. Usually at 8:30 my 2-year-old time, because she's the ultimate determinant on it when I start streaming. All right, Silent Service, the submarine simulation. Let's go. Let's do some practice. Torpedo gun practice. Limited visibility, convoy zigzags, no dud torpedoes, repairs under fire. What is this? Where am I? Okay, where am I? Am I that obvious circle in the top right? Engines full speed ahead, okay. Periscope up. Oh wow, what? Alright, so how do I go to depth? Can I go outside? I don't want to do that. Okay, so that's me right there. That makes sense. No, not full speed back. Oh god, what am I doing? Time scale normal. I don't want to... No. Okay. Where's the torpedo room? Okay, so this is how we see damage. This is a pretty cool simulation. Quartermaster's log. No, I just want to shoot things. View gauges. Those are gauges. How do I... There's the periscope. I don't want to end the scenario. I just want to launch a missile at people. Study the maps. Do I have any control over depth? Okay, is this the depth? Clear the bridge, dive. Okay. Red alert. Alright, so we're full head. Rudder amidships, okay, that makes sense. Deck gun cannot fire. Bow torpedo cannot fire. What do you mean? Oh, the scope's underwater. Is it too deep? So how do I fire missiles, though? That's the question. Ship speed heading. I think this is cool as shit. I don't know how to play it. I don't know how to launch. Let's read the manual for this, because I feel like this is going to be one of those games where we really have to read the manual. Silent Service NES manual. It's always good to read these so we can understand. Okay, limited visibility level. I don't care about that. Is there really a way to beat this, or is this just a fill the need of not going into the Navy? By the way, I was in the military. I was in the Air Force, so it's nice to play other branches. Okay, so those are the combat controls that are done through the periscope. Okay. Wait, I need two controllers for this?
He works at Zatrix Entertainment in Santa Monica, California, and is one of the 10,000 estimated game designers in the industry. His specialty? A game called Redneck Rampage, and it's not for the squeamish. It features violence, blood, and various insidious weaponry, and he makes no apologies for it.
The whole fascination with violence in video games is nothing more than an adjunct to what's going on in media and forever. I mean, you know, look back to, you know, Greek plays, you've got guys gouging their eyes.
Hey, Fexy, do you know off the top of your head if this is a game that requires two controllers? I mean, I have a way to emulate that, but it's going to be really frustrating. I mean, I don't really care about gun deflection. It doesn't say anywhere where I need two controllers. Yeah, I don't know why it's saying that. Left, support is to the left, starboard's to the right. Yeah. Command scope is down, it lowers its up, it sets the visual bearing to be the same as sub's heading. You can use the periscope in daylight only, down to a maximum depth of 44 feet. Okay. What's the max effective range of a torpedo? That's the question. In order to ensure accuracy, all ships move is recalculate every 2 seconds. Okay. I mean, it doesn't say anything. Page 19. Torpedoes are fired at a range of 1,000 to 3,000 yards. Okay. The best torpedo track was one that was perpendicular to the course of the target ship. This provided the largest target area. Head-on shots, stern shots were unlikely to hit their target. Okay. The TDC, torpedo data computer, when fed the target speed, range, and course, automatically calculated the correct torpedo track. I wonder if it's just saying that to say that. Alright. I say let's start over. And, yeah, I think you're right, Fexy. Alright, midshipman. Yeah, let's do this. Alright, so right here we're in, so we're going to go ahead and zoom in. Keep zooming in. We're going to zoom out. Go to here. We don't care about the fuel. So I can't change the gun's deflection, but I can't have this. Alright, so that guy's moving. Target 450, angle on bow 90, so that's perfect. Let's go ahead and go, let's get closer to that. And then we're gonna dive just a little bit. This is so cool. We don't want them to see us, right? So 44 is the max depth. Is that forward or back? What is this? Oh, is that the periscope? It looks like the engine fins. My bad. Engine's flank speed ahead. Depth of 44. We just gotta. Can we change the? Hope you like the sound of. Alright, we're almost within 1,000. Alright, silent running. Can I get him? Come on, bitch, you sassy fuck. Hit him. Well, I hit him. You suck my battleship! Oh, now there's two of them. I didn't expect it to take so long to go across there. Alright, so the question is... will this turn me? No. I think this will turn me. Right rudder, there we go. Get shit on. It's pretty decent. Great shot, kid. That was 1 in a million. Alright, let's go in on this guy. Alright, a 42-degree angle on bow is not the greatest. This is a really cool game for what it is. You know, I talk shit about sub games all the time. This is pretty fucking badass. It's gonna be a hit. Don't get wienery. Don't get cocky. It's a training mission. What am I supposed to do? Okay, you can't have right rudder with absolutely nothing propelling it. That's kind of silly. What if Amiga had a sub game? They probably did. Especially if Microprose had anything to do with it. So I don't think I can change the gun deflection. Alright, let's take a look at our map. Okay, so they are north of us. So we need a heading of... what is that, 90? Where's the periscope looking at 280? Blow them out of the water with nuclear fire! Hell yeah. I'm down. There's that sassy fuck. About 6,000 knots away, or whatever unit of measurement we're using. Charge! Oh dear, stop. Just gotta close in on him. So right now my heading is 60. That's not acceptable. So where are they at? They're at heading 327, so we need to go to heading 327. Brother! That doesn't make any sense. Alright, so heading 288. Okay. Well, this is already a god tier game. Oh, there's a silent service too? Hell yeah. You gonna check it out? Or are you gonna wait for me to do it? That's what Camel does all the time. Fuck yeah, Fort will play it. Don't tell me it's good or not. Rock it. Does Zordon like it? If he does, it's shit. Give me that sweet ass. I'm gonna come for it. You are our guinea pig? Do I play games so other people don't have to? What's going on here? Am I out of fuel? What is this? What is this buffoonery? Tried Dragonheart yet? No, I've never done it. What is this battery you speak of? Battery level in case electro rechargeable surfacing. Oh. Well, that's counterintuitive. All right. Surfacing. Guess we'll charge my battery. Guess what? Buenos dias, dipshit! That's still within target range. I might get him. That was a single hit! And we did it. Your rank, Ensign Class 4. Enter your name. My name is... Beep, beep, beep. This game is awesome. Great start for Microprose. I've actually, I don't think I've ever played any of Microprose's simulation games, and the ones that I have played were those whack-ass, weird, nonsensical, dumb shits, right? Like the flying ones that are like... Alright, let's play as the lieutenant. Just want to go down a little bit and... And then I guess we could check our battery. It's not like the battery is very obvious what it is, so... Directly 90 angle on bow, that's not bad at all. We just gotta get within range. And he's not moving at all, so he's fine. Yeah, it's just a port. So they did a good job of developing this for the port. Scared me. Alright, so we know for a fact that torp is gone. I'm not worried about it. Let's right rudder this way. Yeah, there's a lot of ports that can go wrong, and they do quite often. Alright, 49 degrees. surface for our battery. Yeah, I'm down to clown with this. Unamas. It just fired 2 because my button sticks, so hopefully I'm not limited on stuff. Oh, look at that! Isn't that cool? So it's not really calculating our lead angle here. We are getting close to it. Oh, I see. It's because we're not truly... So if there was any bitching and moaning I could have about this game is that what we see on the horizon isn't accurately... it's not really true to what's going on here. So I guess in some ways we do have to rely on the lead angle to really understand what we're doing. Alright, they are... over here, so let's go ahead and... I thought they would fight back, but they're not really fighting back. I guess it's a good training mission. If I had one of those fancy nuclear submarines, this wouldn't be a problem. Childhood memory. You forgot about this game until today? I'm glad I could bring back hopefully a good memory for you. Hells yeah, good memories. Good. Alright, so we're negative 183 on the bow. No way, dude. Look at that. It'll let me control from here? Fucking sweethearts, bro. That would be spicy? Oh no. Alright, so if I'm 102. Look at that. This is a cool game. Now I understand it's gonna get hard. That's fine. I'm all right with that. I mean, it's negative 90. I feel like negative 90 should be more than enough to destroy this guy. Really? Damn, it's a really strong guy. Just in case you've ever wondered what ass was in Morse code. Alright, let's do some convoy actions. So what should be our win conditions? Should it be go through all of these? Because War Patrol seems kind of silly. You know, War Patrols is kind of like a arcade mode. It just, based on what I read in the manual, it's just picks random shit and sends you in there. I think that if we were gonna do these, this would make more sense. It is a simulation game, so I think we'd have fun with it. Plunder in the Inland Sea, day submerged attack. Limited visibility, so the convoy does zigzag. Close encounters, it's not that difficult. Let's go, bro. Am I off the coast of Cuba? What is that? Where is this? Is that supposed to be Japan? Am I in Nippon land? I'm in Nippon land with enemies directly in front of me. Yeah, so now we're gonna have to actually calculate lead angle here. Let's go down in depth. Oh fuck, I was already there. Let's go up. Are we gonna do Mind Me? Horrible mistake! Don't do that! Oh, they're dropping depth charges, the bastards. Alright, so I have a fuel leak. This is pretty heavy. I think it's because they saw me. Well, on the day you drop your military game video, you find another good one. It's fate. It's true. Alright, so I'm already at... So they're straight up cowabunga it is kind of shit right now. Alright, target, lead angle. I see. Still kind of far away. They're trying to come for my ass. Dipshit! What are you thinking, huh? Maybe you learn not to cross paths with the great Jack Sparrow. Alright, so he's pretty much going the same way I am. Trying to get on him, but he's going. He's booting, scooting, and boogieing all at the same time. It's incredible. Let's see if we can vector in towards him. This actually fits the bill for 2, best simulation and best, I don't know, I feel like this is a game we can sit down and actually enjoy. But I gotta catch up with the other guys. Because they're really fast. Where are you going, bro? I think he has no interest in finding me, so... Where's his heading? Can we mark his heading? Alright, so apparently we're gaining on him. Alright, so he's at 358. There I go. Jesus Christ. Thought Boy and His Blob was a good game. Now we're going in circles. Hold on. Wait, am I going in? Okay, so that is I'm just being an idiot. Okay. So it says I'm going heading 241, but when I look at 241, am I gaining on him? That is a fast asshole. Holy cow. He's going. He's only going 8. So by this logic, I mean, he is zigzagging. So that makes sense. But shit, man. So this is the one thing I don't understand. It feels like the direction by which I'm going isn't totally accurate, so I can't give this like the greatest grade ever. Because like I should be closing in on a distance with him. I don't. Which dot am I? Am I the? Oh, that's why. Huh. For that ass. Alright, so target course, he's setting a course for 90 degrees, 109. We might be able to vector towards him. If he's heading towards 109, I should cut into him if I go 123. And we do kind of need to match his speed. It's going to take a little bit longer, but it is what it is. Assuming he's not going to crash into the coast of Japan. Alright, so we're heading 105. He should be to our left, correct? No, he shouldn't be, because I'm an idiot, apparently. Where did he go? Is he in a submarine, too? He's off to my left. So target course 98, 95. Okay, so he's cutting in. Trying to catch up to these guys, that's the worst part of it. Target speed is 8, so I'm 2 knots faster than him. Angle on bow at 80. He's way outside of torpedo range. Is that hitting him? If so, wow. What if that's just hitting the water? Your comment on my... I sunk him! Yo, it worked! My community post was deleted. Let me double check. It may be some weird shit. I don't delete posts. Nah, I don't see it. Hold on. Are you sure it was deleted? Do. Yeah, I see it right here. Oh, no, it says right here. Is this Hunt for Red October? This is silent service. So yeah, so they changed it about a year ago to where you can stream on multiple platforms now. That's the only reason why I do it, right? But I still see your comment. I don't know why it's not there. Double notification is intentional. In the affiliate contract already, you may not dual stream or replay a stream for 24 to 36 hours. So yeah, they changed it. I'll go ahead and show you. This is very exciting. No, you're fine, dude. No, we all do stupid things. Let's see. Multi-streaming. Twitch, TOS. So for a long time, you were right. So it's called simulcasting, and we believe in giving you freedom to simultaneously stream on other services, but we want to ensure that the Twitch user experience is not compromised. So basically, they have rules. There's very small rules. So I can't give people links that say, "Hey, go watch my stream on YouTube," but I can say, "Hey, go watch my videos on YouTube," because you know, if people, yeah, 100%. I know people who stream to Kick, YouTube, Rumble, and Twitch all at the same time. Sometimes to YouTube as well. I mean, if you're trying to grow, that's the perfect thing to do. But yeah, they changed the rules. Because I used to be like, yeah, it was like 2024. Actually, Old Man Sim, you were streaming back then, weren't you? I think it may have been like 2023. But I started streaming on YouTube in last year in January. And used to do them all, but Kick was all follow for follow. Yeah, Kick, I don't like that at all. So yeah, they changed the rules. Another key rule that they changed that was hilarious is that you could have nudity if it was artistic. So for like 3 whole days, it was nothing but penis, nothing but dicks all over Twitch. And then they realized we probably shouldn't do that. You remember the Great Dickening of 2023? That's what it was called. The Great Cock and Ballsing. There was so much wiener, just everybody drawing dicks, and like, as much as I love all of my furry streamer friends, they were going out. There was penis everywhere, dude. Dicks. All right, so I took out the Kai Boken with a thing. Hell yeah. Nice. If you ever have any questions, Brian, please never hesitate to ask. I love helping people out with everything I can. Did I have to choose the longest? Jeez. This is a console game? I have MS-DOS from this. Yeah, it was on everything. I think it was a very well-known game because of it. How come I didn't get good points? Is that how much tons of fuel I have, or how many tons of stuff that was shot down? The Wahoo versus the convoy. Day surface attack. Okay, so they're still zigzagging. All right. Ooh. See if I can give these assholes some love. I think they're firing at me too. The Thompson computers, wait until you hear about the Sony 777. That's another one of those not very well known. Sink! Alright, what's the other people doing? There's 4 of these fuckers, holy cow. I might as well just launch torpedoes to be saucy. TRS-80, the Trash 80. When I talked to Al, that's what he called it. He called it the Trash 80. He's like, it's just a dreadful, soulless box. What's our distance from this? That's still in a good range for torpedoing, so... Oh, hell yeah, that's a good hit. Will we get the other one? I wish I could fire from this screen. That one just went straight through! This bullshit! Deck gun cannot fire. Okay. Alright, we got another one. And I'm not going to play this on the hardest difficulty. I'm not going to put myself through bullshit, you know. I didn't know there were deck guns on submarines. No, I'm surfaced right now. Alright, we need to drop. Okay, so the bow torpedoes are hurt. That's fine. Oh shit, my torpedoes. Oh, I can repair stuff? Yo, that's so badass. Scope underwater? Okay, so... I got a destroyer closing on me pretty bad. He's gonna drop a fucking depth charge on me. Oh, I hit him! Damn. Torpedo picks is true. Wait, I scored even though I lost? Oh, this is one of those games where you automatically win, isn't it? Gotcha. Alright, we're depth 0. Let's go. Well, deck guns have to be there. Flank speed ahead. Let's go ahead and start launching some deck guns. Give me a hit. You've seen ads for mines too? Hell yeah. Also pierogies. I love pierogies! God, do I love pierogies. Come on, hit him. Yo, did I just get a fucking twofer, bro? Can I have a website called Only Pierogies? What's that mean? What's a 0 GPM? There's a lot of stuff to manage with this. Gonna learn today, I'm not that guy. It's gonna be a miss, isn't it? Oh, a hit. And it sunk. Sweet. You're not getting this ass, big boy. How are they going faster than me? Yeah, I got hit by a depth charge. You're gonna lose because you've never been in charge of a 1980s nuclear submarine. The game holds that against you. I see that. Makes sense to me. It's pretty hard of a little tough little game. I want to go after this guy who's being a wiener to me first. I don't think it's fair that destroyers are faster than submarines. I mean, if I'm going 12 knots underwater, I feel like I should be fine. What's he going? Oh shit, destroyers are fast. No wonder. Okay, so he's going 28 with my measly 8. There was no way that I was gonna. There was no way in hell I was gonna. No. Nope. he's going 28. That destroyer is lethal, isn't it? Get shit on. Alright, what's our damage? Alright, we got a sonar damage. How do I repair the things, though? I did it once. I don't know how I did it. So I got a 72 gallon per minute leakage. That's not good. Maybe I should beat this before I... Too much stutter tonight? Why is it stuttering for you? I don't understand. Where's the manual for this? How do I repair things? Interesting. Very interesting. But the question is, like, do they fix it automatically? I think that they do. Should be able to take out all of these guys now. Where the fuck are they? Did they evade? Are they gone? Where are they? Where'd they go? I don't see anybody. There's a group of 4. Where did they go? I mean, they disappeared off the... Oh, there they are. So they're at 205. Heading 205, so we should go that heading. And go ruin their day. Alright, so my leak is good. Just gotta chill the fuck out for a second, because the time... We gotta be mindful of this. This time scale goes insane. Damn, that's some efficient repair work. Alright, so we can't fire the deck gun. Let's go back up. Alright, course 189, angle on bow. There we go. So I took out the destroyer. There's really nothing they can do now. Except take it like a man. Doubt that that torpedo is going to hit, but... Oh, it actually might. I might sink him. Come on, baby. Yeah, get fucked. Alright, so course 212. So we're zooming in on him pretty good. 217 is, he's... Oh, it'll barely miss if ever. Come on. Alright, one more to the right. Take care, Fexy. Thank you so much for swinging in. I appreciate it. Alright, where's he at? Alright, so he's chilling at 3 hundo. Now the real challenge is going to be whenever we're going up against some buffoonery with like tons of destroyers. That's where it's going to be tough. Love to see it. Alright, where's your friend at? So we can beat this mission. To my southeast. Heading 112. Guess we'll take the long way there. Go for that AS. Alright, he's heading 142. So let's try to get him in on a vector. Come here, you. Still not in sonar range. Going at 8 knots. I feel like I should be gaining on him if I'm going towards his course. It's just going to take some time. tell you right now, this is going to be a G tier game, though. Very impressed by it. Lead angle 0. I'll have a lead angle at all on him. Dead gun cannot fire him out of bullets. Damn. Looks like we're going for torpedoes. Come on. Turn towards me. Whew. Nice. Hell yeah. Alright, so that was those two. We've been on for 5 hours. We've been going pretty hard in the paint. Let's go ahead and take an easy night tonight. When we come back and we do the project, we're going to be starting with Mission 3. This is a game that I do look forward to playing because this is awesome. I'm having a great time with it. And I'm glad that we're having a good time with it. For everybody on YouTube, expect Ready Go Gaming Show to be out tomorrow. Otherwise, I will be trying to finish the top 10 Super Nintendo sports games episode that I have started to type up. And then I think after that, we have some more interesting things. I have 10 games that never came. 10 of the best, most infamous cancellations in video game history. In my opinion, we have top 10 SNES endings. We have 10 underrated N64 games. At some point, I'm probably going to throw one in every game ever. There's a few things that I got planned for y'all. Also, feel free to come over to Twitch, because there's a lot more I could do for you over here that I can't incorporate for you on YouTube. For everybody who's watching on Twitch, thank you so much for the raids, the bits, the subs, the donos. Without y'all, none of this is possible, and I greatly appreciate it. If you want to, feel free to check out my YouTube. That's where I make a lot of top 10 lists, a lot of history about video gaming. It's just a generally a good time. I have a Discord as well. I'm not much for the Discord grind, and if you haven't followed by now, you should. You'll find out this is a really fun time that we have here. Finally, if you want to guide the raid, feel free to do so at this time. Otherwise, I'm going to try to find someone playing a simulation game, which is something I don't tend to see very often. So it might be somebody who's just playing an NES game. Let's see. I mean, to be fair, we did play a Mario game. Let's go hang out with Talofted. Alright? So tomorrow, I don't know what we're doing. Let's see. Tomorrow, we are playing... Boop. Playing more project games, so we're going to see more Silent Simulation, and hopefully we can beat it and move on to whatever's next for Rare. I look forward to it. I know that y'all do too. Conquering Companies is a very awesome project because it lets us look at a lot of stuff that otherwise we wouldn't, right? And I appreciate it every single time. Thank you so much, everybody tonight. I love you all. I hope you have a wonderful Wednesday afternoon, Thursday morning, and afternoon as well. And as always, from my family to your family, good energy, good vibes. Fortify out, keep the flames of hope burning, and the flames of retro gaming burning even stronger. Come on over to this raid, all right? Talofted is a great person, okay? Take care.